1, and we should be live from that perspective. Okay, guys, we are live. Let the game shut up in a second.
There we go.
Hello and welcome to the Blobber, myself, and Miss Morgan Nightshade.
Hello.
We are playing a murder mystery race together. The goal is we're playing the ABC Murders by Agatha Christie, the PC version, not the DS. And the aim is to see who can get to the end quickest as a race. There are some rules. We've got no chat hints, so chat, please, no hints. We will sword vigorously. We've got no skipping cutscenes / first dialogue, which I actually need to fix in my overlay, because that was a last minute change / clarification. So give me a second, I can do that. The idea being that we wouldn't want to miss out on the content, so encouraging each other to skip past dialogue doesn't sound like a good idea. And so we've set up that rule. And finally, if there is an in-game hint system, if we're not sure, neither of us have played the game, we're both blind to it, then go away. In-game hints cost us a 10-minute penalty. So we can get hints if we get stuck, if there's an in-game hint system, but it does cost us some time to make up for the fact that we've kind of cheated our way to an answer with a hint. Have you got anything else to add, Miss Morgan?
I don't think so, but the general thing is that, yeah, I enjoy the idea of the race. However, I do want to be able to do the dialogue, so it was...
I totally agree.
Yeah.
You'd miss out so much of the game if you don't, like, if you're just going click, 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 click. I don't want to hear the dialogue to go quicker.
Yeah, and so it's basically, for me, it was the thing that, sure, you can cut time by not clicking a dialogue option. That is up to you. You might miss out on something, but once it clicks and that dialogue starts, it's like, okay, you're committed to it.
Well, good luck. I hope you have a lovely time.
Likewise.
Good luck. I guess we can say ready, steady, cook.
Indeed.
I'm going to end call. Peace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Have you seen timeline bonuses? Help is available. Yeah. Good.
Some post for you, Poirot.
Mr. Hercule Poirot, you fancy yourself, don't you, at solving mysteries that are too difficult for our poor thick-head British police? Let us see, Mr. Clever Poirot, just how clever you can be. Perhaps you'll find this nut too hard to crack. Look out for Endover on the 21st of the month. Yours extra, A.B.C.
Oh, it's some sort of joke.
Maybe, but please remind me to inform Chief Inspector Japp.
Okay. So, as Blobber mentioned, we're both going blind into the game. However, the story itself of this particular Agatha Christie story is known to me as far as the general bits. I have spent far too many Easters watching all of Agatha Christie's filmatization, and I think I read many of the books at least. 50 trophies to unlock. Well, that ain't gonna happen on this play run. True. Let's see here. Let's see how this goes.
It's here, Poirot. The murder took place in this street. Grim place indeed.
Tout à fait, Hastings. The streets of Andover are in a terrible state.
Look, there's Chief Inspector Japp. He's talking with a policeman.
Let us try not to get our shoes wet.
I hope so, Rest. I hope so. I'm expecting a full-on point-and-click adventure where it's definitely gonna be moving logic all over the place. Okay, yeah. Go away. Okay. And let's see.
This fruit and vegetable shop has a front row seat, therefore an employee might have noticed something.
Yeah. Come on. How to control you, though?
Maria, it's Hastings and Poirot. You missed the 9 o'clock train?
We took the 10:30. Luckily, the service is good to Andover.
Oh dear, I forgot to start the timer. I
What do we
completely
have?
forgot to start the timer.
The victim is called Alice Asher. She owned this tobacco shop.
Thanks for the reminder.
She was killed yesterday with a blow to the back of the head.
We'll have to probably add a little bit
Let me
on
just
top
check.
of that. There are moments when the person you are with busy in order to observe him or her, obtain clues, yeah. Left click and hold. Okay, so observe. Find 3 clues.
Is Japp being too relaxed? Let us find the clues that prove it.
Okay. He's being a bit relaxed. Well, I'd say the hand movement is a bit relaxed, but... Oh, relaxed attitude. And then...
Indeed, Poirot. We were used to seeing you judge people with more discretion.
Hat tipped proudly and slight smile. There we go. So that's how that works. Okay.
Japp is in a good mood. I bet he thinks he's already caught the culprit.
Huh. Well, that's a new take on it.
The last customer to see Mrs. Asher alive left her shop at 5:30. The body was found at around 11 in the evening by an officer doing his rounds. The shop door was open. That's what alerted him.
Had anything been taken?
A little tobacco maybe, but you'd hardly murder for a few smokes. There's nothing of any real value in the shop.
What type of woman was Mrs. Asher?
In her 50s, married but separated, no children.
Her husband?
Aha, Franz Asher, the husband. Alcoholic and violent. It's said that he regularly insulted his wife and threatened to kill her.
I mean, we're going with this.
A little too easy, don't you think?
You like complications, don't you? Well, this time you may be disappointed.
Peut-être. May I examine the crime scene?
Of course, old chap.
I'll be with you in a minute, Poirot.
Of course you will, Hastings. You will go wander off and be absolutely useless, as you always are. Click the arrow on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen to display menu items. Okay, so we got our things. 1 clues available. Is theft the motive of the crime? Here you're making poor Louis Gray Cell's work. The aim is to answer the question he asked himself by establishing the links between the clues in order to deduce an answer. Hover over the cursor over the clues to see the description. Click on clues with the left mouse button to select and deselect. Okay. The body was found at 11 p.m. Declaration by Chief Inspector Yap. No objects of value is for sale in the shop. Okay. Clue is missing. Very well. So I can't finish that. And I'm assuming this is the notebook. Victim owns a tobacco shop, married to Franz Asher, lived alone, was killed in her tobacco shop by a blow to the back of the head. See, I don't want to accidentally trigger that hint system. That would be annoying. Can I go into the shop? It said how you access the hint system a bit earlier. I sadly missed it. That's gonna be a problem. Okay, let's
She
see.
has a packet of play cigarette next to her hand. Did she drop it when she fell? This poor woman's head is resting in a very even-shaped pool of blood.
Okay. Oh, the timer does cut out behind the game scenes? Oh, yes, it does. Let's real quickly fix that by making it a little bit smaller. And let's make it... Oh, it's not ideal. Oh, the hints are barely visible. Oh, well. It's there. It's at least somewhat more visible. Let's see.
I can't see any other mark on the floor.
Thanks for making me aware, though.
The body is hidden by the counter and is not visible from the tobacco shop store. Many customers must have thought that Mrs. Asher had popped out.
And let's see.
The body
No,
is hidden by the
that was
counter
the same
and
thing.
is not visible from the tobacco shop store. Many customers must have thought that Mrs. Asher had popped out.
Okay, so those are the ones we already found. What's this, though?
This poor woman's head is resting
No,
in a
that's the
very
same thing.
even-shaped pool of blood.
But I thought that was this one. Huh.
She just has one wound on the back of the head. There are no other wounds or signs of a struggle.
Okay, so just a single wound. Very well. Was Miss Asher killed on sight? Observation, pool of blood. Body was found. Miss Asher was seen alive. Okay, so how do I use this thing? I thought that was how it worked, and then that should give me something. Well, I guess I'm still missing a clue for it. I guess none of those really say if they were killed on sight.
There are cigarettes packets in a mess on the shelf.
I mean, the pool of blood does, but not the rest.
The door is locked.
Door is locked there. What's this on counter? That looks like blood. Observe the object from all angles by holding, clicking, moving the mouse.
Red liquid is oozing out. Is it blood? No. It's just some strawberries that are losing their juice. They probably come from the fruit and vegetable shop opposite. It's not just...
Oh no! No, 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 no! No! Okay, there, about now he should be done. Stupid clicking thingy.
It's open at the letter A. There are no prints on the book.
I gotta just remove my hand from the mouse when he's speaking. It is too easy to just accidentally click the thing. And some
The
handprints.
counter is covered with fingerprints all on top of one another. Unfortunately, it will not be possible to use them.
Okay, well that seems fine. Collect ego points to unlock trophies. Discover the action giving the most points. Okay. Can I look over here?
The place is unusually tidy for a crime scene.
I mean, yes. There's not a lot of things around here that's, you know, out of order. Magazines and papers are in order. No sign of struggle on the floor. I would think it would be that this is all neatly set, but the game is telling me it's not that I'm looking for. And it's not the window. Huh. Okay, well-ordered shelf. I just need to click right in the center of it.
Nothing suggests any sign of a fight.
Okay.
So, Poirot, any news?
So, an ABC guide with no fingerprints, but prints all over the counter.
Normally, the tobacco shop does not sell ABC guides.
Exact. Mon ami, could you have a word with the neighbors? Some may have seen something.
Of course, my friend, I'll do it straight away.
Okay, let's see. I really wish I knew what that one was for, but I am too worried about adding time to my thing by accidentally clicking something. How do we explain the presence of the ABC guide? The letter? No fingerprints? No railway guide. Okay, so that is how it is. It was left by the murderer as a signature. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay,
Murderer
great.
deliberately left behind this ABC as a signature. The absence of fingerprints and the fact that it is open at letter A for Andover leaves little doubt.
Okay, 5 ego points for that. Theft the motive of the crime. I'm still missing one for that, but there's nothing of value. But I can't quite seem to do that one yet. Killed on sight. Pool of blood near the head. Nothing there. She was indeed killed on sight.
Mrs.
That's
Asher was
easy
killed
enough.
here. The absence of marks in the shop and the regular shape of the blood stains indicated beyond a doubt.
Okay. Let's see. So what's the last thing? Oh yeah, the till, of course. Of course. The fact that no money is stolen is probably a thing. Objects hide secrets behind complex mechanisms. Up to you to decipher them in order to find what they are hiding. Observe the object from all angles by holding the click. That's fine. Zoom in by clicking on part of the object. Zoom out by using the right button. Some skeletons move by holding left click. Okay.
The till does not appear to have been touched. I have to check that nothing is missing from it.
Okay, so open the till.
Something is preventing the drawer from opening. It would be best to examine the rest of the...
Oh, shit! I'll wait. Would be best to examine the rest of the till, indeed. That feel like the time when I... No, I do not want to stop the puzzle. I'm trying to move it around. There we go. What's going on? Is it... What's this? What's this thing?
Ah, a mechanism has just made a fan click.
Okay, great. Now open.
The till is full of money, but there is something strange.
-2 here.
Something is hidden underneath.
Can I remove it? Somehow?
Something is hidden underneath.
It seems to be the only place where the hand shows up, so... But... I can't flip it on the downside. How... -2. Can I take money from the other ones? Is it weight? What was it? Use arrow buttons? Was that the thing?
Something is hidden underneath.
Yeah, something is hidden underneath. I'm trying to figure out how to move this thing. How do I pick this thing up?
Something is hidden underneath.
Oh, you're gonna be the death of me, Poirot. Something is hidden underneath. Clicking, holding in and dragging isn't working. Let's see. Is there anything else I need to do? If I do this again. Because that was just hold and drag. So I would assume it would be the same thing with this thing.
Something is hidden underneath.
Indeed, something do seem to be hidden underneath. Of all the things to get stuck on, Poirot, you are making me stuck on how to open a tiny compartment. Let's see. It's probably my fault for not paying better attention. Let's see. Any buttons do anything? That just takes us back out. Hold in and move with that. No, that does not do anything.
Something is hidden underneath.
You wouldn't say. How did you do that? Maybe I have to leave the puzzle and hopefully I get the instructions back. Because currently I am having no luck making that thing open up. And that is immensely frustrating.
Something is hidden underneath.
Okay, fine. Something is hidden underneath. We got it. We got it. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I have to start that one over. Oh, I really wish I knew what that was. It's glowing, so it can't be the hint, right? It can't be the hint when it's glowing like that and wants me to push it. Surely that is instructions or something.
The till does not appear to have been touched. I have to check that nothing is missing from it.
And you're not giving me the instructions again. Oh, shoot. That was what I was hoping for.
Ah, a mechanism has just made a fan click.
Because that is just click down and pull.
The till is full of money, but there is something strange.
There is indeed something strange. I just wish you would allow me to pull it up. Oh.
Something is hidden underneath.
I swear, Poirot. Is there anywhere else on this till that allows me to remove it? Anything else? It is just here. It said use the arrow keys, but arrow keys do nothing.
Something is hidden underneath.
Also, I would really have liked if you would have let me swap the controller, but that's not a possibility. For some reason, you don't want that.
Something is hidden underneath.
Yes, something is hidden underneath. I get it, Poirot. So I'm assuming it's that. The book -2. Is it? Don't tell me it's these things.
I need to find the code.
Yeah, okay, so it is that. We need to find a code, apparently. Find. Find the code. Matchbox -2. Cigarettes, cigars. Motive of the crime still not solved. Oh wait, the matchbox. Matchbox. Can you now look closer at the matchbox? Is that a clue?
She has a packet of play cigarette next to her hand.
Okay, no. No, and that have already been played once, so I can actually not have to listen to you complete that sentence. the things... Of all the things that would confound me... Can I just look at it? No, that is the counter. That's not what I wanted to look at. Find the code. What code are you talking about, mister?
The till does not appear to have been touched. I have to check that nothing is missing from it.
Okay, if I look around... Is there more written on the machine? 5. Okay, so is 5 the thing? Is that it? I mean, I feel like at this point we have heard that before, so it's okay to not listen to all of it.
The till is full of money, but there
Okay.
is something strange.
I fight. Could it be then that it is...
I need to find the code.
I thought I already found the code. Do I need to find it again? But you won't let me highlight that. You won't let me highlight that at all. These little marks.
I need to find the code.
Yes, you do need to find the code. Okay, so these you don't give me that thing about. So
I need to find the code.
okay. But all it says is ... 2. ... 2 or -2. This one is -5, so it's 5. But what's the first one? Is that an 8? Is that just a really bad 8? Is it? Oh, there. 8, 5, 2. Yeah. Nope. That's just me being blind and not seeing that that's an 8.
This must be the key to the back of the shop.
Oh dear, that took me way longer than I will ever want to admit. To use an object in inventory, slide it in. That's fine. I will add it on the added feeling of pressure of doing a race for my first time. Let's see. That took me too long, but let's have a look around here. There's some blood stains.
Blood. Did Alice Asher suffer from nosebleeds?
Huh. Who this?
An inscription in German. Souvenir of our honeymoon in the Black Forest. To my Alice forever, Franz Asher. The Ashers were a lovely couple when they were young.
And you know what? I am just gonna fix that timer right now because I can already see it's gonna be a problem again. Let's see. That timer is gonna be a problem again, so let's just do that. It's not ideal. It's not ideal at all. I would prefer not to have it over. Let's put it up here. That's just me not planning well enough for how that would look further down the line. There we go. Okay, let's get back to
What a
it.
strange box. It looks like you have to slide the slats of wood to open it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm horrible at these boxes in real life. How on earth am I gonna manage with this one? Okay, so let's see.
It is blocked.
Yes, I would imagine it would be blocked. I kind of wanna... Okay. You
It is blocked.
is blocked. Let's see, where's the first one? It seems to me like this should be the first one. But that doesn't even seem to be able to move. Nothing on this side seems to be able to move. Nor is anything here able to move.
It is blocked.
Yeah, that is blocked by that one. But you didn't let me do anything about that. That is also blocked. And I have a dog that's desperately trying to get inside. Okay, now you're letting me do the back. Okay, so that and do the arrow keys work now? No. Oh, there we go. Okay.
This button appears to activate the mechanism.
There we go. Let's just make sure that wasn't all of it. Yeah, it's still blocked there on top. I figured it would be. But this one is no longer blocked now, so this should be able to be moved. And that means that this one should be able to be moved. And then seems like this one is now able to be moved.
That should do it.
Okay, there we go. Clearly, Blobber has indeed managed to bribe the dogs. Oh, come on, I have to pull it all the way over. Fine, I'm grabbing it here then.
Who is this young woman?
Can I look on the back? To
my dear Aunt Alice, Marie Drower.
I mean, normally I would love to let him in and give him all the pets, but...
Have you found anything?
The victim has a niece. We must find her.
But what was the other thing in the box?
I've finished with this subject.
Okay, fine. I was interested in it, but very well then.
This interior is very simple.
Can I open the cabinets? Okay, you don't want to do that. Very well. Can you focus in on the spoons? Modest crockery. Simple tap. And a simple stove. Fairly old stove.
Mrs. Asher lived very simply.
What's over here? Oh, another puzzle box. Oh, I hope these things are actually necessary. Okay, so that's not gonna work.
Blocked.
No.
It
Yeah.
is blocked.
Yes, it's blocked. I'm trying to exit over. Wait, what's this? Okay, so that's a
It is blocked by something.
peacock. So let's
Such
see.
a pretty decoration should be at the center of the motif to respect the symmetry.
It should, shouldn't it? Let's see. That can be moved. That one can also be moved. Okay. No, no. Maybe, no. Probably. Not quite. Let's see. can I cannot move the outer one at all. Figures. I feel like all of these are fairly similar. But if I can now move you... Okay, great, I can do that. You're now there. And then I could potentially... Can I now move this one? Yes, I can. Okay, so now I can move you... over here if I want to. That's not gonna work much for my advantage. That is really not gonna do much. Oh, come on, you're so close to that one. I think I might have gone the wrong way there. If I go all the way in there, where could I potentially end up again? I feel like I'm going the exact wrong way, but oh well. Now I can go there. Or will just bring me back. That one works. I feel like I'm just going around the thing without really reaching any new places, but well, that's new. If I can get into this one, how will that change things potentially? Can you connect even to these things? No, that's just the same way I'd gone already. You cannot connect to anything new, so there doesn't seem to be a point to being on this one. Oh, okay, that works. No, that does not work. That does not work. Where do I even want to be? Usually, when I do these sort of puzzles, I like to figure out the end bit first and then work my way out. I don't know why I didn't even try doing that on this one. There we go. Okay, let's see. But I think I'm gonna need to be there, which means I am gonna have to be probably there. Or potentially here. If I can get to there from here. Can I though? Is there a way to make that happen? Yes, there is. Okay. And then there we go.
I heard a faint sound as if something was unlocked.
Let's see.
It is blocked.
That is blocked, but my guess is that one of these are not. How are they compared to this? Are they in the right place? Can I remove you? No, but you spin. Why do you spin? What did that change? Did that change anything? If so, what? It made a noise. I am starting to feel a very lack of knowledge about how these sort of puzzle boxes actually function and how they work. I think I might have locked it again. Yeah. Wait, what? Why is this area now suddenly... Oh, of course. So, bird... No, not that far out. Bird with tree, which is you. You're supposed to be there. And then you are supposed to be about there. There we go. Hooray. Let's see.
From Mr. Adam Flint, Royal Bank, Eastfield Road, Andover. To Mrs. Alice Asher, 5 Bishops Road, Andover. Dear Mrs. Asher, further to your request of 12 February 1935, I have informed my superiors of your wish to apply for a loan to acquire the lease of the shop you rent from Mr. Fairfax. Despite the seriousness of your case, I regret to inform you that your request has been denied. The amount of your personal contribution, £11, is not high enough and represents too small a part of the final transaction. I remain at your disposal for any questions. Adam Flint. Mrs. Asher's meager savings were not enough for her to own the tobacco shop, but will largely cover her funeral costs.
Good morning, Wick, but not John. Yeah, today's the big race.
Medicine.
Sometimes you say things right away, and then other times you wait a bit.
Medicine.
Yeah, can I turn the bottle? Thank you. Anticipates laudanum. Can I judge if it is still full or if it's empty? Huh, okay, you don't seem to be caring more about that. That seems to be the only other thing that you want me to look at, but...
Medicine.
It is medicine. It is laudanum. There we go.
Cough medicine, Mrs. Asher. Andover Morley Laboratory, London. It's strange to find such an elaborate medicine from a leading London laboratory in the home of such a modest woman.
Oh no, I discovered the truth about
to work.
who Blobber is yesterday, actually. Because in Norway for Easter, like every shop closes down. Most of the restaurant closes down. Like you can't get a lot of things for the next couple of days. So you have to do like a big shop. And outside of my local grocery store
The motive is definitely not financial.
was a
There is no
van
sign of a struggle, and the
that
till has
had
not
pretty
been
much
forced
the
or
exact logo that Blobber
I think I've looked
uses
everywhere here.
on the hood,
Let us see if I can find any more information in the shop's surroundings.
which I was greatly amused by at the time. It was just... Instead of where his kind of goes around the bee, this one was more of a pure circle around the bee. So apparently the Blobber's real identity is working in a gardening firm in Norway. Who knew? It was just a really weird coincidence. Let's see. Then I can go to the book. Mary Dover in Andover. Okay. Let's see. I know it claims to be Australian, but that logo...
4 pence a letters, a lovely large letters, 4 pence only.
Yeah, can I talk to you?
This woman appears to be a smoker.
I have to find reasons why she smokes. Well, there's a full ashtray. There's a box of matches right there, and there's a cigarette in her hand. It's not the greatest deductions you ever had, Poirot.
She's a big smoker. She must have been a customer at the tobacco shop.
Okay, let's talk to you. Oh yeah, realizing that this woman smokes is,
Did you know Alice Asher well?
And for starters, who are you?
I'm Hercule Poirot, the detective.
You're foreign, that's for sure, with your accent and your odd way about you. And you're here about Alice's murder, I suppose. Well, I've nothing to say to you.
Did you speak to the victim yesterday?
No, I never saw her.
Accused of making fun of you, ask nicely to cooperate.
Please try and help me, madame.
Why should I help you? For your beautiful moustache? Heh. Come on, move along now. You're scaring away my customers.
Please, do not be ridiculous.
Accuse her of lying.
I know that you went to the tobacco shop yesterday.
Well,
It is your duty to tell me if you saw something unusual.
who do you think you are telling me what to do? Get away from my stall!
You're still contemptuous. Am I being too polite with you? Is that it? Rustic confessionals. Well, let's try again.
You again? I've nothing to say.
Okay, so apparently I was locked out of doing anything
Bottle
there.
of poor quality vinegar. The smell could awaken the dead.
Can I, What's the fruit and vegetable? She smokes. It must have been a customer. But I can't talk to her anymore.
You again?
Huh. Did I mess that one up? Should I have just accused
Poirot.
her?
Is the greengrocer causing trouble? I'll sort her out.
No, please, leave her, Chief Inspector. I'll get her to talk later.
I found the victim's niece. She's waiting for you in the back of the shop.
Okay.
Thank you, mon ami. I'll question her.
Clearly not. I should have accused her for the strawberries. They're clearly bad. The strawberries are clearly bad.
Jap had the body removed out of respect for the victim's niece. His attention is commendable.
I always find it interesting that you had Doyle, who based his Sherlock Holmes book greatly on the work of Poe, and then you had Agatha Christie that based it greatly on Doyle. With this fairly similar characters. But the way they write the sidekick and detective is quite different. Handkerchief. Lowered eyes. Clutched hand. Oh no, modest black clothing. Okay. Fair enough.
She appears to be very upset. She's dressed in mourning. She looks fragile.
Because let's face it, Captain Hastings make Watson look like an absolute genius. Also Asher's niece. Not thinking her a suspect anymore, are we? Establish a time range. Are we lacking one clue there? Because that's probably when the greengrocer saw her. What was Mr. Asher doing when she was killed? Probably the cigarette packet. Packets in muddle on shelf. Just the one wound. She was taking a packet of cigarettes from the shelf.
The murderer probably pretended to be a customer. He hit the shopkeeper from behind as she turned around to serve him.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's have a chat. Demand that she stops crying? No.
You were very fond of your aunt, am I right?
She was the only family I had since my mother died.
Your aunt did not have any children, is that correct?
No. She was separated from her husband.
What do you think about Franz Asher, your aunt's husband?
He never left her alone. Poor aunt. She used to drop by all the time and make a scene.
Was she afraid of her husband, though?
Was your aunt afraid of her husband?
He shouted a lot, but she wasn't afraid of him. Why, he used to slink away when she turned on him. He was afraid of her, if you like.
Okay.
Did your aunt enjoy good health?
She had a bad throat, but she was well cared for by a doctor in London.
Well, that's better
Does
than
Franz
most,
Asher
so...
work?
All he's done for years is drink and gamble, but he used to be a very good cabinet maker.
What does he live on?
My aunt used to give him 5 shillings a week.
Why did she support such a goods for nothing?
He was her husband. She couldn't leave him with nothing.
I understand. You have been of great assistance, mademoiselle. Please take this young lady home.
My pleasure.
Well, this Franz Asher does not seem to be quite so dangerous as Jap says. And since Alice Asher gave him money regularly, it was not in his interest to kill her.
Well, so we figured that bit out. Now it's just getting the greengrocer to talk.
We have to wait for him to sleep it off. He's all yours, Poirot. There are a few things I need to check.
There must be some way of sobering him up.
I wonder what his wife used to do. He must have scared the customers away.
What the wife would do, huh?
He's not in any condition to be questioned. I have to find a way to sober him up.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could have a look at them, but let's see. Let's go back to the back.
There are cigarettes packets in a mess on the shelf.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go back. How about this cup? Surely we're not giving him laudanum. That will not wake him up. Make him a cup of tea?
Mrs. Asher lived very simply.
Oh, okay, so just by looking at your mirror, if reflects in the mirror, you get ego points. Okay, sure. You marvel at yourself, Poirot. What would his wife do? Cabinet maker doesn't work. He's a notorious alcoholic and aggressive temperament. I don't know what the wife would do. I was hoping I could make him a cup of tea. Or in worst case scenario, get the jar of water that was standing next to the thing there and pour that on top of him. However, it doesn't appear that I'm allowed to be that mean. Already been here, and I don't think I can take the strawberries and give him those. No.
That liquid is...
No. That's already done. Already done that once. Maybe I can ask the grocery lady about if she knew anything. Okay, help is available for the pause menu, so then it's not this. What is this thing? Oh, these are the objectives. Okay, well, look at what friends dropped. It only took me about 50 minutes before I noticed there was an objective thing. Oh, goody. Just because I was afraid of clicking things that might be hints.
A box of new stockings.
Okay, and this ledger?
It's Alice Asher's notebook. Ah, that's interesting. It probably contains information about our possible debtors and creditors.
Okay, and let's see.
Bodley. The fruit seller has debts too. She will probably be more cooperative thanks to this piece of information. Mary Drower was telling the truth. Mrs. Asher regularly gave money to her alcoholic husband.
Okay, then we have that. Let's try and squeeze the grocer. Hello again, Nancy. Accused of selling rotten fruit.
Your fruit is rotten.
What? A foreigner dares to say that?
According to the victim's account book, you owed her £10 for tobacco and magazines.
That's a lie. She owed me £1. I swear.
Now, please be so kind as to explain this.
Look at my account book. Alice owed me £11 for fruit and vegetables. I may have had a slate at her shop, but she had one at mine. She owed me £1. And that reminds me I have to get it back from her niece.
That is quite enough. Your account book has saved you, but I might ask Chief Inspector Japp to throw you in the cells for 1 or 2 nights while he checks your entries. Do you want to go to prison?
Prison? Now that's not fair. I haven't done nothing.
In that case, I am counting on your full collaboration.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
That's true,
Listen,
Nancy.
I didn't kill Alice, I swear. But it's true that I did go to the shop yesterday.
At what time?
6 o'clock. She left me a note saying she wanted some strawberries if I got some. I received them late, about 6. So I took them over to her.
Okay.
But you did not see her.
She wasn't in the shop, so I just put the strawberries on the counter and left.
Did you see anything unusual in the shop?
No. Well, maybe one thing. There was a railway guide on the counter. Alice didn't sell them. Maybe it's the customer who left it there.
So you didn't see the body.
I thought Alice had just gone to get her medicine from her room and that she'd be straight back.
You mentioned medicine.
Something for her cough. She used to take it a lot.
Who do you think killed her?
France. Her scoundrel of a husband. He was always after her for something. Well, he's a foreigner. Sorry, sir. What I mean is he's German. That's even worse.
Did you see Franz Asher enter the tobacco shop late yesterday afternoon?
Well, no. But at that time of the day, the streets are packed, and I have better things to do than watch her shop.
Fair enough, fair enough. I can now do my deduction. Because arrived at 6, about 11. Well, no, apparently not. Oh no, of course not. Seen Alive, that was the one. There. Really? But she was seen alive at 5:30, and she was apparently already dead at that point, but... Huh. confuses me a bit. I mean, those are the only ones that mention the time. It was killed between 6:30 and 11 in the evening. But... yes, we can reduce it because of the guide. Okay, so that's it. Okay. Right, so I was just one off. Don't suppose you know how to wake up the husband?
Not obtain anything else.
Okay. But apparently I have some clues available. Nothing new there. Find a way to sober up France. Already working on that, but sure. Oh wait, could I take the vinegar? Would you mind?
I'll just borrow your bottle a moment.
Take it. It's what Alice used to sober up her husband. But try not to empty the bottle.
There we go. I have now vinegar. Have you seen the 50 trophies to unlock? No, I haven't, and I do not have the time. Here. Prepare to wake up.
Mes amis, I can say without a doubt that poor Mrs. Asher was killed between 5:30 and 6.
Killed when the street was packed with people. That's rather bold.
I've been talking to the neighbors, and...
No one's seen anything? Or rather, it's anything and everything. Am I wrong?
No.
Yeah. We must grill this villain Asher before he falls asleep again.
Let's have a look at him first. He appears to have been in a fight.
This man is in rather a bad state.
He is indeed. He has a black eye. He has a busted lip. And his knuckles are red. Come on. Really? That's not what you want? Well, his suit is also torn. Is that what you want? Okay.
This man has been fighting and he smells of alcohol.
Then we go talk to him.
What were you doing yesterday at the time of the crime?
Can't recall.
Come on, my friend. Try to remember. It is important.
I'm really sorry, sir, but I don't remember a thing.
I see. But maybe you do remember threatening to kill your wife?
So what? You shouldn't take things so seriously, sir. Nothing but empty threats. We didn't get on all that badly.
Are you often involved in fights?
I don't know what you mean.
Accuse him of fighting.
Asher, look me in the eye and tell me that you were in a fight.
I'm looking. No, I wasn't in a fight.
You are right. Looking at the state of you, you did not defend yourself. So someone gave you a good beating.
A beating? No way. All right, he tore my coat and gave me a black eye. You see the state of him?
Very interesting. Who is the other that you struck?
Probably best if I tell you everything. Yesterday afternoon, I met Roderick Tanner. We'd bet on a dog fight together.
An illegal bet, naturally.
Yes, sir. Our dog won. Roderick got the money, but he refused to give me my share.
And you fought about it. What time was this?
In the evening, about 6, I think. We were on the other side of town. You see, I couldn't have killed my wife.
Asher's alibi appears to be confirmed. All the same, I'm going to call and check that he did have a fight with this Tanner on the afternoon of the murder. You can never trust this sort of chap.
One thing is certain, Asher was a ruffian who used to beat his wife.
but he's not very educated. It certainly was not him who wrote the letter signed ABC. Let's resume, Hastings. We know the murderer pretended to be a customer. He did not kill her for money, that appears to be certain.
I agree with you on that point.
And the murderer left an ABC guide as a signature. Therefore, it's likely he wrote the letter.
Indeed, but that doesn't explain why and how he did it.
You are quite right. Why he did it is a mystery. But as for how he did it, we do know enough to try and reconstruct the events.
Okay, so now we get to this part, apparently, where we reconstruct the events. At least I'm hoping. Yeah, reconstruct the crime course. Selecting the actions the killer might have executed. Okay. I have to say, I'm liking the way the game is built up into parts.
The killer enters the shop.
Advance.
Mrs. Asher turns around to greet her customer.
Ask for cigarettes.
The murderer asks her for some tobacco. She turns her back to him. He seizes the opportunity to strike her.
He put down the thing.
He then places the ABC on the counter before leaving.
Oh no, it's supposed to be
The ABC
turned.
was not found like that. We are not far from the solution, Hastings.
Oh.
Would you mind if we thought about it a little more?
Oh, of course. I thought it was turn out, like he turned.
Killer enters the shop.
Oh, of course, the book must be turned. Advance again.
Mrs. Asher turns around to greet her customer.
Ask for the cigarettes.
The murderer asks her for some tobacco. She turns her back to him. He seizes the opportunity to strike her.
Now turn
He
around.
then places the ABC upside down before leaving.
There we go. Now it's correct.
Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
Okay. So let's see.
Asher has a strong alibi and we don't have any other suspect. But what was the point of this crime?
She had no debts. She gave Franz Asher money regularly. She wasn't owed money. Nobody stood to gain anything.
No doubt about it, the murderer is insane.
And I fear that we had not heard the last of him.
I hope you're wrong for once.
Oh, we're not.
Yeah, let's
We're
go back
never
to
wrong.
London. If we hurry, we should catch the 7:02 train.
Oh, well,
Are you coming?
no,
No,
that's not true. Hercule
unfortunately, I
Poirot
have to
has
talk
been
with
wrong a
Andover
few
police.
times.
See you soon then. Are you coming, Hastings? Let's go home. There's nothing for us here.
Well, do you have any idea about the killer's identity?
The crime was committed by a man of medium height, with red hair and suspicious eyes. He has a slight limp on the right foot and a wart just below his shoulder blade.
Poirot!
Mon ami, what do you want? You fix upon me a look of dog-like devotion and demand of me a pronouncement à la Sherlock Holmes. Now for the truth. I do not know what the murderer looks like, nor where he lives, nor how to set hands upon him.
What shall we do then?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Do not be so impatient, Hastings. The killer will manifest himself soon enough.
I thought I heard the postman. Maybe there's some news.
I would go and see.
I mean, they had very different techniques. Sherlock Holmes is all about spotting physical things and then deducting based on that. Whereas Poirot works psychological by looking at the person's state and believe that judging by knowing what kind of person it is, he can tell if they're guilty or not.
Dear Mr. Poirot. Well, what do you think? I believe that I won this round. The Andover affair went like clockwork, don't you feel? But the fun has only just started. I would like to draw your attention to Bexhill-on-Sea on the 25th of this month. We're having a crazy time. Best wishes, ABC.
Okay, Bexel-on-Sea.
The next crime will be in Bexhill. We must warn Jap to Scotland Yard.
Did the letter indicate anything that might help the police?
To be honest, I think we can already guess something about the next victim. But I need to think about it a little more.
Okay, let's have a look at how we're doing. What was added here? Okay, nothing, just that the witness is all now. And we have objective, compare the new letter with the first one. Which I'm assuming I can do here.
Let us examine this more closely.
Let's see.
Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects. Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual.
Yeah, it's kind of like slanted in both of them.
That's right. The A characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Let's see, the I is similar.
Yes, this I is weird.
And it's also used in this
Yes.
letter.
The I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Okay, how many of these do you need, though? Let's see. I mean... Does this count?
Let us examine the characters in this word.
And then also
Let us examine the characters in this word.
And then... In the I?
No, I already established
Okay.
that the letter I was crushed in the two letters.
Yes, that's not the thing.
I have
I'm
to
trying
find
to...
some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Trying to get that one, but okay. Like the little sign. Oh yeah, of course, the V.
Let us
No,
examine the characters in this
not
word.
that one. I want what. There we go.
The W is not printed
Yeah.
properly.
That's the thing.
Of course, the W
There we
characters
go.
in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter. Both letters were written on the same typewriter and show the same characteristics.
You surprise me, Poirot. You usually ignore material proof.
But there is nothing usual about this case, Hastings. Nothing must be overlooked.
But
Let
yeah,
us now try and get our brain cells to work.
it's very much known that Hercule Poirot very much prefers psychology over such trivial and outdated things as what's called Asher and over ABC Guide. Trivial things like figuring out evidence. He's all about psychology. What can we guess about the Nexus? Well, they're non-Specs Hill, so it must start with a B.
So, Poirot, have you found something?
Oui, I believe so. But I am afraid it is not enough to stop the murderer. Let us go and see Chief Inspector Japp. I will explain there.
Maybe Blobber will be the next victim. Who knows? Okay, leave Whitehaven. I'm assuming I can just leave the door. And then I'm assuming I'll get a map or something. Or will I just go directly? Oh, I have a car. Excellent. To the car.
To Scotland Yard, please.
Okay, great. Let's walk through. And inform Jap. Let's have a look at Jap.
Jap appears to be snowed under.
Piles of files, things strewn about his desk. No. Okay, it is on the desk. It's just I can't quite. Oh yeah, telephone is off, of course. Telephone off the hook. And the tea is all gone. Well, not gone, it's cold.
Jap appears to already be overloaded with work. My news is not going to improve matters.
But yeah. I would also
Bonjour,
say
Chief
that...
Inspector. I am afraid we have some bad news. I have just received another letter signed ABC. The next crime will be on the 25th in Bexhill-on-Sea.
Are you completely sure it's from the same person?
I have compared the two letters. There is no doubt about it.
I suppose you think he's going to carry out his threats.
I fear so.
Good God, Poirot. Bexhill is very busy at this time of year, and we have no idea who the next victim will be.
Let's see. The next one will start with a B.
I suspect that the name of the second victim will start with B.
What on earth makes you think such a thing?
I thought about it when I saw the name Asher clearly written over the shop door of the unfortunate woman who was murdered in Andover last month. When I received a letter mentioning Bexhill, I deduced that the victim, like the town, might have been chosen by alphabetical order.
So, it's an alphabet fiend. I'm going to have a list drawn up of all the people whose name starts with B. I hope there aren't too many of them.
Bien. We should leave you to work, Chief Inspector.
You have a few days to prepare yourself.
Thank you for coming, my friends.
Oh yeah, all the Brits starting with the letter B in the town. Yeah, no, definitely not many.
Poirot?
Chief Inspector Jap, your call does not bode well.
Indeed, we have just found the body of a young woman on the beach in Bexhill. An ABC was placed on the body.
We'll be there as soon as possible.
But yeah, the detectives is also kind of different between Agatha Christie and Conan Doyle. With that, the relationship between Jap and Poirot seems to be more friendly than between
Bexhill is a
Holmes
delightful
and
town.
Lestrade.
It would be nice to come back and visit.
I do not entirely agree. Walking at the beach damages my shoes, and it hurts my knee.
So the years have not spared you, my friend. It's the same for all of us.
That is exactly what I said to myself when I saw you back from your travels.
Poirot.
Do not be offended, Hastings. I can see Jap waiting for us. And from his face, I would say that things are not looking good.
Okay, how was the victim killed? Well, let's go and have a look at it. They blocked off the area nicely, though. Ah, the British seaside. I've never been properly to, like, the coastal
We should have the
seaside
courtesy
towns.
to go and see Chief Inspector Jap before examining the crime scene.
Really? Do we have to? What can you tell us?
How do you do, gentlemen?
Chief Inspector?
I fear your admirer has struck again, Poirot. We haven't yet identified the victim, but it's a young woman, 20 to 25 years old. Death occurred last night between 11:30 and 1 o'clock, and we found an ABC guide on the body.
Was she pretty?
Come on, Poirot, that's rather out of place. It has no bearing on the murder.
Are you certain? For women, it is often the most important thing. It often decides their destiny.
The body hasn't been moved. You can see for yourself.
Has the press been informed?
Not yet, but I'm planning to. I haven't yet informed them about the presence of the ABC guide in Andover.
Nobody has reported a young woman missing?
Not for the moment.
No witnesses, I imagine.
Indeed. We've asked everybody who may have met a young woman fitting her description last night to come and see us, but I have little hope of gaining anything from it.
It's early days, Chief Inspector, and the news may not have spread around the town yet.
I hope you're right, Hastings.
Okay, let's see. Now we can examine the crime scene.
A braided silk belt. It may have belonged to the victim.
It definitely belonged to the victim. You can see the mark left on the dress.
This key is too small to be one for a house. Without a doubt, it is for a padlock.
Let's see. ABC, and it's on Bexhill.
The guide is open at the page for the Bexhill train times.
Let's see.
These
Strangled?
marks have been left by a rope or a braided cloth. She was a great beauty. Strange that chap didn't notice it.
Oh, he probably noticed, he just didn't want to say.
Apart from the marks on her neck, there are no signs of the struggle. She didn't manage to hit her assailant.
She's not wearing shoes.
The young woman wasn't wearing shoes or a coat, and was not carrying a bag. That's strange.
Very strange.
Either the murderer stole her belongings, or she put them somewhere safe. Maybe so that she could bath. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Very well. How was the victim killed? With that, and then there did not struggle. Strangled by surprise with her own belt.
The poor child must have been strangled with his braided belt. Unfortunately, in view of the fabric, it is unlikely that we will find any prints. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, so let's see. And our ABC and Bexhill. Science is crime with an ABC guide. Are this criminal work of the same murderer? Yeah. Letter announcing the crime? The press does not know. Okay, let's go with that. So there can't be a copycat.
The medical officer should confirm that the victim was strangled with her own belt.
That's what I thought. She shows the usual signs of strangulation.
With a little luck, we'll find prints this time.
You are too optimistic, Hastings. Our killer is far too meticulous for that.
Okay, could we potentially pick up the key? I know that's kind of messing... Oh no, we already have the key. Okay, great. Then we just need to try the key.
This hut is locked.
I know, I'm trying to fix that. Does it work on this one?
The key does not fit the lock.
Did it have a number on it? It did. So that was 9, but I guess it's 6 instead then. So let's go down to hut number 6. Wait. Why has this been turned? It now says 9 instead of 6. That's strange. Let's see, let's put this back up. 715. Seems a horrible way to hide your code, but sure.
A locking padlock. I need to find the code and then insert a key.
Okay, so that was there. 7 1 5 insert key. And then open. And there we have the bag.
It definitely was here that the victim left her belongings.
We have a bag.
Purse is full. Yet again, we can dismiss theft as the motives for the murder.
I mean, yes, and at that point
Here
she
is the watch she must have removed to prevent it from getting wet.
probably would have taken the
Top-brand
key then.
lipstick. She liked to take care of her appearance. As well as a photo of the victim with some company. It could be useful to me.
Okay, and what about this? Betty's first day at work. Mom is very proud of you, Elizabeth Bernard.
Betty's first day at work. Mom is very proud of you. Elizabeth Barnard, 7 August 1931. So, the young lady did have a name starting with B, and she worked as a ginger cat, an establishment that must be slightly further along the beach.
Very well. That should give us all the clues we need.
Jack has gone to the police. The victim has been identified and her family had reported her disappearance. She was called?
Elizabeth Barnard, mainly Betty. She worked as a ginger cat at the cafe slightly further along the beach.
But Poirot, how on earth?
Never mind. Do you have her address?
Yes, she lived with her parents on the street leading to the beach, number 22. Shall we go?
You are far too impatient, Hastings. Let the poor people take in the news first. Let us go and visit the cafe where Betty worked.
Okay, cafe first, parents after. That's fine. Seems to be the best way to go about it. Let's see.
Could it be the same buildings as on the victim's photo?
Let's see. We have the Ginger Cat restaurant. Really? You don't wanna... You don't wanna zoom in on that? How about this thing? The dome. I can't believe that the fact that the sign isn't a thing that you want to zoom in on. But fine, here's the beach. Don't think that that many ginger cats.
Where the photo I found in the hut was taken.
How do I get you to move, though? Because right now you just want to look over there.
This is definitely where the photo I found in the hut was taken.
Now, will you walk over there, please?
This is definitely where the photo I found in the hut was taken.
Yeah, I know that. Can you please move over? There we go. Just had to click somewhere else. Okay. Some of the objects in your inventory can be modified. Huh.
I'll be with you in a minute, gentlemen.
No problem. Let's have a look around.
What a pity. I don't have any change to make it work.
Let's see.
Something tells me that she's the owner of the ginger cat.
Very well put together. Really? That's not it? Strict appearance. She's at the till. Red hair. There we go.
This woman must be the owner of the ginger cat. It looks like something is bothering her.
How can I help you?
A hot chocolate and a tea for my friend, please.
I'll bring it straight away.
Oh, a hot chocolate sounds good about now. I already have tea, but I'm halfway done with that already. Owner of the ginger cat doesn't know much about the employee's private life. There we go, there's the second victim. All we know is that she's a waitress. Inspect Betty's workplace. Very well. Can we sneak a peek at the books? Seems a bit rude, but oh well.
I need to know the time range during which Betty was working on her own.
Okay. So, let's have a look at these.
These are the different waiting staff's bills. Which ones were written by Betty?
Can I have a look at them? Okay, so can't tell from there. Can I look in the book? Betty had an 11 a.m. 7:30 p.m. on the 24th. And let's see, can I then go back? And let's see, is there any... There's no dates on them, but let's see, it was 11 and 7. This should be...
I should consult the register first.
Oh, okay, so because I didn't consult the register and only noted it down for myself.
Where is Betty?
Betty's here.
Betty worked from 11 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Would she have been alone at any time during her service?
Yes, she would.
Betty worked from 11 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Interesting. Betty was alone between 5 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Who did she serve?
Okay, so between 11... Between 5 and 7. So this one?
Most probably a single man, a whiskey lover. Maybe the murderer? This bill may have been written by Betty. There is probably another one.
And then let's see.
No, something's not right.
That's not right.
Betty was alone at just one of these 2 times.
Okay, now you let me go further out. So, it's this one?
Most probably a single man.
Yeah.
This bill may have been written by...
Can I zoom out, please? Thank you. There we go. 6:30.
Most probably a family.
He said he didn't have any
A man
change.
on his own, a whiskey drinker. Maybe the murderer. This information will help me to progress.
What? Gentlemen, what are you doing?
We are searching for clues, mademoiselle. My name is Hercule Poirot. I am a detective, and this is Captain Hastings. Does Betty Barnard work here?
That is correct. She should have been here a while ago. Punctuality is the first rule of politeness.
I fear that Miss Barnard will not be coming today.
Or any day.
She has just been found, dead, on the beach a few hundred meters from the cafe.
How awful. Poor young thing. What happened?
She appears to have been murdered.
This is most distressing. How this will affect my business, I shudder to think.
Ah, yes, that is definitely the most important matter here. Ask what she knows about Betty.
What can you tell us about Miss Barnard?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Miss Barnard was my employee. Her private life was none of my business.
You did know at least that she had a young man.
Indeed.
Ask if the man in the photo is her gentleman friend.
This photo was found. Is this him?
Yes, that's him all right. But I haven't seen him for some time.
Okay. Young people no longer have morals.
Do you think there may have been some problems between them?
I'm not on those sort of terms with my staff. Now, please excuse me, I have work to do.
Very well. Could have gone better.
The customer who ordered the whiskey might provide us more information. He may have been the last one to see Betty alive.
It is an interesting idea, Hastings. Maybe he is a regular guest. What do you think, mademoiselle?
I don't think so. Our regular guests tend to order tea and cakes.
At this time of the year, there are a lot of tourists about you never see again.
That's what I thought. Time to visit Betty's home.
There we go. All done with this. Let's move on. I can understand that she doesn't want to, you know, have great effect on, what's this?
This is definitely where the photo I found in the hut was taken.
Okay, so it's just more of that. I thought it was this discarded newspaper thing that we were interested in. Can I just get you to walk over here without telling me all about that news? So I'm assuming that the house is where Hastings is currently standing. That's very close to home. Oh, that would be horrible. No, we don't have any idea how the other is doing unless chat decides to tell us how the other one is doing.
How do you do, mademoiselle? My name is Hercule Poirot.
I know you. You're that detective
And in that
we hear
case,
all about.
we don't know if that's
I do
true.
not know if that is a compliment, but I will take it as one for now. You are Betty's sister, I believe?
Yes. My name is Megan.
Can we come in?
I would assume he's a
Please
bit
do.
ahead of me, considering how long I used on those puzzle boxes, though. So, yeah, how can I
My
possibly
parents are
imagine
at the
that?
police station. I doubt they'll be up to speaking to you later.
Do not worry, we will not bother them.
Did you know your sister's plans for yesterday evening?
No. I arrived by train this morning. My parents called me in a panic when they discovered that Betty had disappeared. She went out last night, but she didn't tell them where she was going.
What was your last conversation about?
Her new dress. She wanted a pair of black stockings to go with it. Mother brought her a pair. The very day it happened. She was crying. And to think that Betty never even wore them. Poor Mummy.
Okay, let's have a snoop. A little snoop around here.
It would not be polite to visit the house without being invited.
Oh, cruds, I clicked. Okay, that's about as long as it would have taken you to say that.
What is she feeling at the moment?
Okay, so she's looking at the photo, so I'm assuming she's a bit sad. Doesn't look too upset. More of a hard stare and a clenched fist.
Betty's older sister is not just sad, she is angry.
Okay. Ask if Betty had a fiancé.
Your sister had a fiancé, I believe?
Yes, he's called Donald Fraser. A very nice man.
Ask where he is, please.
Do you know where we might find him?
He works at the estate agent's, Corton Brunskill.
Okay. That's excellent. Now we know that.
Oh, excuse me, I have to answer that.
But of course.
Betty's room is opposite the stairs on the first floor. Feel free to take a look if you think it might be useful.
Oh, I will. I will snoop wherever you let me.
This young woman is far too clever not to have anything else for us.
Do you think she's hiding something?
That is what I'm trying to find out.
Surely you don't think she did it?
I did not say anything of the sort. But young women always ruin your judgment, Hastings.
That is true.
Who knows, maybe Megan was jealous of her attractive young sister.
I see. She may have had her sights on the inheritance. Or maybe she was in love with Donald Fraser.
We have to study all scenarios, even the most unlikely. but I doubt that Mr. and Mrs. Barnard are rich enough to justify murder. While I try and get Miss Barnard to talk, I would like you to try and find Donald Fraser. He should be easy to find the estate agents where he works. Bring him to the Ginger Cat. I would like to talk with him before the Chief Inspector finds him.
Hi there, Noodlesky. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Can I now peek in this bag? I want to snoop in her handbag. No, that takes me upstairs. Okay, well, fine. No snooping in handbags.
It looks like Betty was also a music lover, the same as her family.
So, I'm assuming the notes, music stand, a microphone, and then this thing, which I can never remember what's the name of. Metronome. Metronome.
Without a doubt, Betty used to sing.
No. I have no problem with you cheering for Blobber in this thing. It's a very friendly race.
It looks like
So
Betty
I will
has a
take
very
no
busy
offense
life.
to that at all. Let's see, a cinematic film of Impossible Love, Blue Lobster, and then let's see, also a wedding thing. Oh, okay. Huh.
Betty liked luxury and going out, and being as pretty as she was, she probably did not have any problem getting herself invited.
I mean, maybe she was an SMR streamer, you know, in the early days when you still did it on radio. I mean,
looking at all the clothes she took out, Betty must have had a problem deciding what to wear. Maybe she had a date?
I think we already established which one of us is the bigger Poirot fan, so that I don't think will come up as a point. It will. Oh, come on! 3 ego points again for looking yourself in the mirror. Ah, you vain man. Let's see, what else? What else do I need to do here? Just keep examining things in her bedroom. Can you go over here? The thing is that, there is a punishment, well, not punishment, it's a dictator game. We will see if the winner makes it more punishing or not. Depends.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock.
Okay. Open the clock. Can I just slide it in here?
What strange mechanism. I don't think it serves to turn the hands.
Let's see. What do you do?
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
Okay. So you can go there, but these are blocking you. Huh.
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
I get that bit, Poirot. That is not the problem bit here.
The cogs are blocked.
I don't care. I'm trying to figure out if these buttons do anything. Now this is all gonna come down to who can actually solve these puzzles, and I'm afraid that Blobber in general tends to solve the puzzles quicker than me. Whereas I tend to well, at least sometimes when we've done this, I seem to have a better grip on the moon logic. Moon logic makes more sense to me. So we have different strengths in this, and currently there's very little moon logic and a lot of puzzles. So I would say he's got the upper hand on that one. Let's see. Oh, what do you do? What do you even do? You don't seem to start anything.
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
Yes, these wooden panels that I don't seem to be able to move. What do you do?
The cogs are blocked.
Thank you, Poirot. I was unaware that they were indeed blocked.
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
Oh, come on. Come on. Cannot pull any of that, cannot pull any of these. So how am I supposed to know which one is right? Oh wait, that one blinks now. You glow.
Cogs are blocked by...
You glow. Can I get you to glow? You cannot glow. Not currently. I have no idea if you glow or not. Same thing with you. Do not know. Indeed. Indeed, they are blocked by the wooden panels. Who would have guessed? Who could have guessed such a thing?
Are blocked by these wood.
It's glowing though. Surely glowing means that it's supposed to be functioning somehow. Very nice of you to gift the subs, Nodolski. I am just currently slightly frustrated by this thing that I don't... See, this is where I tend to get stuck in these sort of games. With these type of puzzles. Oh, okay, come on. They're blocked by the wooden bits. I cannot touch. I cannot touch and pull on these things.
The cogs are blocked by the...
Okay, let's try that. This doesn't seem to change anything though. If I do this, does that change anything on you? No, you still glow. So the fact that you were glowing was just throwing me off. Let's see. Oh, it's just that the thing in the middle there, that little thing there, looked like it glowed, and I didn't realize that it was glowing at the start. So I thought I had pushed something correctly to turn it on. So yeah, I'm just hallucinating. It's fine. It's not like I've been accused of that before, when apparently I see small children that no one else admits to see. And then it's clipped afterwards. That's like, no, there's definitely not a child there.
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
Oh, come on. How to do this? Cogs blocked by wooden panels. Is it too early to do this thing? Do I need to go and do anything else with this? Is that it? Am I now currently just frustrating myself?
This metal disc is stuck.
Okay, metal disc is stuck. How about this? Can I change the time? I can change the time. If I do it to 12. Any difference? Any difference to these little cogs? Huh. Nothing appears to have moved or shifted despite turning the time. Which strikes me as odd. Clearly these should have moved then, shouldn't they? Huh. Nothing making any noise.
The cogs are blocked.
Yes, they're blocked. I get it.
This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open.
Oh, crud. Click too soon. Okay, there. About then you would be done talking anyway.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock.
Yeah, it is. No, you're not allowed to say. There will be no hints. No hints. I suffer on my own in this one. Oh, cruds. Okay, let's try changing the time. Okay, so you can only go there. Okay, that's interesting. So you can...
There, that's better.
What? How is that any difference? What? How is that better? How is that better? It was the exact same thing that it was on. I don't get you, Poirot. I really, really don't. I really don't. Yeah.
The cogs are
Only as an achievement thing. It's like the more ego points you get, the more Poirot-like you are. So if we didn't do this on time, apparently we could have done it on those points. So the one who had the most points would win. But we didn't know about those points because neither one of us had any knowledge of the games. No, I don't want to start again. I mean, we can definitely compare our points at the end regardless and see if there's only one true winner who managed to get both most points and the best time, or if it's at least, you know, the loser can at least take the Poirot win. But for now, these damn things... What do you do?
Blocked by the...
They're blocked by the wooden panel, but the wooden panel didn't want to move.
This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it.
And no, I do not want to start again, not that I've done much.
This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it.
Then, was it really just the fact that Poirot likes seeing that the clock is on 12? Was that all that did? Oh dear. No, this is not good. Good morning, Lizard. Good morning, a pizza nut. Oh, shoot. Come on, there's gotta be something to do with this darn thing. Let's see, these things, no, they don't seem to be... Oh, they are!
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Oh, okay, those things can be interacted with. This one is not.
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Is it?
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened. This decoration appears...
Yeah. Go back out. How about this one?
This leg is not well attached.
Okay, so can I remove it? Okay, now I get it. Okay. Great. I don't think that's enough. I think that's only one, so we need the bottom one. So, if you go over there, does that change anything with you?
This decoration...
No. What, Blobber? Was Blobber behind me? How could he be behind me? I took for ages with the first puzzles. He should have been way ahead at this point. Okay, so getting that to light and there might have had something to do with loosening this thing. I don't know. Maybe it was loose from the start. Yeah, he's now ahead. I'm assuming it would be, because this is gonna take me far too long. The question is, do I want to take the 10-minute penalty? I really don't. I really don't. Stupid puzzle. Stupid puzzle.
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
Oh, come on, come on. Think. How could this work? What is the purpose? Is it... Did I do anything else? Can you be moved again? No, that was just purely Poirot is a facetious dude who wants it to be 12. So everything else is connected to this bit. And
This
these
wooden
are still
panel is
blocked.
I can't open it.
Still blocked. Okay, think. Why? What's the purpose of these things? They seem to achieve nothing. Is there something else that I can pull on or interact with in any other way but those? It doesn't seem to be. Okay. So you have the clock. You've set it to 12. That did do nothing except give you ego points. Well, great. Not necessarily what I want. And this one is still stuck, right?
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
I assumed as much.
This decoration appears to...
And how about you? Are you also still firmly fastened?
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
And I'm assuming I can't just, pull the opposite direction. I can't just loosen it on my own, can I? No.
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Oh. Can I do anything with you?
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Oh, this puzzle is absolutely infuriating. Yeah, why can't I just punch the clock? That should be great. Like, can I... It would make sense if I could do anything with it.
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Anything with that. But it does not want to move.
This decoration appears to be...
Oh. Crud.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock.
Yeah, I know, Poirot. It's stuck there. I mean, it probably would. Hercule Poirot would never lose his mind like that. but how many different ways could it possibly be here? Those are there.
The cogs are blocked.
Wait. What? Okay. Okay, I'll take luck. I'll definitely take
I
luck.
definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
Not sure if I can do anything about it though. Huh. Need something. Which means I haven't done something, which means this had nothing to do with the legs. Unless now the leg is loose. Is the leg loose now? Is this leg loose?
This decoration
No.
appears to be firm.
Oh, shoot.
This decoration appears...
Okay, sometimes you get lucky and you take it, but that doesn't help you when you're not lucky on the other bits. I want to loosen this one. Is there any way I can now loosen this?
This metal disc is stuck.
The metal disc is stuck. Okay. Very well. I feel like it should be something with... If I can twist one of them, why can't I twist the other one? Do I need to put something on there first? But we can't use anything from outside. Unless I'm supposed to find something to, I don't know, make the wood easier to... easier to turn? Okay, well, maybe that's it. Maybe I haven't found something. That was the last time I got stuck on a puzzle. It was because I was missing a component. Let's go back here. It was there, 2, 2. Okay, so 3, 1, 2, 2. Okay, I can remember that. Yes, I will start again. I will just have to look at everything else first.
A record sleeve with an handwritten title. Betty must have recorded the demo. I'd be interested to hear it.
Maybe I've missed something. Maybe I've missed something.
This small key should be useful to me.
Don't tell me that's the key. Oh.
I'm finished with this subject.
Finished with this subject?
Medicine to prevent voice loss. Did Betty have problems with her voice?
Don't tell me that key is what I needed. Oh.
Something on this clock bothers me.
Really? Something on this clock bothers you, huh? First, let's just get you back to 12 so that you're happy. You won't give me the dialogue anymore because, you know, you're being a bit of a facetious man. Okay, let's see.
What a strange mechanism.
Yeah. We heard this before. You were on there. I'm just gonna check if that was the key real quick or if I need something else. Because I said I needed something to turn it. There we go. Is this the key that you need to turn the clock? Somehow. No, it doesn't seem to be.
I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
Damn it, I was hoping. That... That should have worked. I was so certain now that I found the key that this would solve it somehow. Oh well, let's remove the thing.
This leg is not well attached.
Well, yeah,
This leg is not well attached.
yeah, can you grab it?
This leg is not well attached.
Grab the damn leg, and we're twisting this way. We are twisting this way. That works.
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Firmly fastened, but can we somehow make it work? No, we cannot. Oh. Okay, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Hmm. Hmm. Can I move any of these other ones? No. Tried both sides. They're stuck. They're proper stuck. And a key is not gonna change that, apparently.
This decoration appears...
This is infuriating. This is absolutely infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Oh, you...
Could the screw be slightly loose?
Oh, you... Oh, I didn't see that there was a leg there. Oh, I feel stupid. Oh... Okay,
Strange. A sheet of paper.
Oh, the stupid paper. There we go. Oh. Okay.
This could be useful.
Another key. Great. Will this key be useful, though? Come on. Use on this. No. Use on this. Okay. There we go.
The central cog is blocked.
The central cog is indeed blocked. Can I use it on this? Okay. And this one? There we go.
Something clicked on the front of the clock.
Okay. Great. Now...
A new lock has appeared. What does it open?
Can we use the same thing? Okay, great. Great. Get
This
all the
could be
papers.
useful.
Okay.
Betty, I enjoyed a wonderful evening in your company, and I hope that we will see each other again very soon. D. My dearest Betty, I know that your art is already spoken for, but you are the most beautiful dancer I have ever had the pleasure of meeting, and I am impatient to see you again. Adrian.
Okay, Adrian, so you have... Wait a moment, you had two suitors? He's the fiancé, but Adrian. We do not know an Adrian. Listen to Betty's record. Okay.
A record sleeve with an handwritten title. Betty must have recorded the demo. I'd be interested to hear it.
How can I hear it? There's no record player over here, so maybe downstairs? Maybe we ask to hear it? Oh, no, not again. Okay, key. Is this where the key fits?
Let us see. What is this cupboard hiding?
Okay, there's the record. And I do not like the look of this.
This looks like solfège.
Oh, I do not. Oh, I do not like at all. I mean, everything goes into 4 on this side. And then on this side, it is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, and 32. Okay, so... And then 4/4. So 2, 2. Okay, so 1, 4. 2, 4. 1, 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But that won't be 4. Is it supposed to be 4? Oh. Why would it have to be math? Of everything that could end up now, it had to be math. It is... Oh, math puzzles are my absolute worst. Absolute worst thing. Ugh. Okay. Don't disparage, try to figure it out. Okay, so these go with 4, 2... So they halfway downward. So half of 4 is 2, half of 2 is 1. But do they keep halving down there? Well, here it's doubling. 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32. Okay, because if it is, then... Okay, if so, that would be halves. And if that's a half, then that would be 1/4, and then 1/8, I think. Let's see how much this is gonna come back and bite me. Let's first put the record on.
That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step.
Indeed I have, probably.
That doesn't work.
What step have I forgotten, Poirot? Oh! Okay, get the handle? No, not... That wasn't where we were going with the handle. There, this is the one I want. Can you pick up the handle, please? Now, could you also look into this room that has the weird thing? Come on, insert. Really? That doesn't go there? What does it even... Okay, there.
There is bound to be a clue somewhere.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay, that's fine. Go back and look. Oh, wait, what do I need? I need...
There is bound to be a clue somewhere.
I need tiny hop hat, tiny top hat, and that is supposed to equal squiggly line. Okay. Great, let's go back and look. So, tiny top hat is 2. So 2 plus 2 plus 2, and that is supposed to be then equal the squiggly line, which is not that. Squiggly line is supposedly 4? Okay, let's try. Let's try seeing if we can get this thing to work.
There is bound to be a clue somewhere.
Oh, I can change these. Oh, okay. So, I'm assuming this one is stuck, yes. Okay. Wait a second. There was a thing. Oh, I don't even need to do math, do I? If I have just remembered, but I don't. Exit puzzle, quickly. Yes, I accept that. Come on, go, move. need you to walk like you've never walked before, Belgium. What was the thing?
Record sleeve with a handwritten title. Betty must have recorded the demo. I'd be
Oh,
interested to hear it.
come on. Isn't there a thing written there? Really? It looks like it. It certainly looks like it. Oh no. Wait. Was it written on the record? Did I do wrong? It was on the record. I didn't need to go in here. Oh, I'm messing up. It was the record that had a post-it note, not the record sleeve. Okay, quickly do this again. That's fine. This was just opening this.
Let us see. What is...
Yeah. We've already heard it once. 78T. There we go. 78T. The T tells me absolutely nothing. 78T. 78T. 8T. Okay, it has to be something with that. But which numbers are that? I mean, that one is divided by 8, so if we do 16, if I go by that, that should be 8. That should be a 7, I think. But the T. Oh, shut. Okay, take that, open up. Can I look at this thing?
There is bound to be a clue somewhere.
There is bound to be a clue somewhere indeed. If I understand this correct, it would be this.
I heard the sound of a mechanism being triggered.
Okay, a mechanism was triggered.
That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step.
Mechanism triggered. Where did... Ah, there we go. There's something. Okay, well in that case I got lucky. This was 78T. Oh well, I tried to do the math with the thing and then I couldn't figure out the 7, so I just went with the one that looked like a 7. But oh well.
I just have
right.
to put the record on the gramophone and start it.
Well, sometimes you just do math so badly that you end up getting it right. Because you misunderstand the puzzle.
That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step.
Well, can you zoom in on it, please?
That doesn't work.
There's something. How does this thing do? That one lifts it. Okay, and then we can place the thing. And then place it downwards again. And push the button. Push the button? Really? Why can't we push the button? Is it something else I need to do? Oh yes, because I need to, I need this thing. Come on. Okay, I needed to zoom in on it.
Looks like something goes in here.
Come on. Go in there. And then grab and turn, and push the button. We have a record. Oh, goodness gracious. I hope there's not more math.
Oh, Donald. We're in the middle of recording.
Sorry, Betty, but it's not wise. The doctor said you should rest your voice.
You're such a killjoy sometimes.
Betty was such a good singer.
It's true. Did she have any problem with her throat?
Yes, she had to be careful with her voice. Of course, she didn't follow the doctor's advice. If Don didn't insist, she... Well, it's too late for all that now.
Now, Vic, but not John. Sometimes you don't get much. Sometimes you suffer a lot with math puzzles and you get nothing for it. Well, you get very little for it.
It looks like this woman is single, but she has feelings for someone.
Probably the person on the photo. Betty and Donald. Eyes brimming with tears. No wedding ring.
She is looking so intensely at this photo. But is it really a sister that she's studying in this manner?
Probably not. Okay, so sister has a thing for Donald. Let's just remember that. Okay.
They made the perfect couple, am I correct?
Yes, in a way. She was pretty and he...
Well?
He's a bright man, with a promising career ahead of him. He would have made Betty a good husband. He was always attentive and generous. Oh, a true gentleman.
I hear a note of envy in your voice.
You must have heard wrong.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Donald appeared to be very much in love with your sister.
Yes, he was mad about her.
Mad, you say? Being madly in love can often be destructive, and Mr. Fraser was known for being jealous, I believe.
No more than average. Men are always slightly possessive, especially when they are with a pretty woman.
Oh, are they now?
I am not your enemy, Mademoiselle Bernard.
And you are not my friend either, Mr. Poirot, sir.
Oh, now you're more
Yes,
hostile?
but your lies are not helping Mr. Fraser, or you for that matter. I know that Fraser was jealous, but I wonder why you feel the need to protect him.
Protect him? I hope you're not suggesting...
That you are Fraser's accomplice? There is nothing to suggest that, at least not yet. It would appear that your sister's murder is the second in a series that we have to stop as quickly as possible. The first was in Andover, and the same as your sister, the murderer sent me a letter informing me that a crime would be committed in that town. Now can I count on your honesty?
Yes, you have my confidence, Mr. Poirot.
Hooray!
Don is a quiet and sensitive young man. Slightly reserved, too. And as is often the case with reserved people, when he flew into a temper, he completely lost control. He could be so violent. Betty was frightened.
And when was this?
The first time was about a year ago. But they rowed more recently. Donald found out that Betty had lied to him. She said she was going out with a girlfriend, but she went out for dinner with a married man. It was an awful scene. She told him that until they were married, she was free to go with whoever she pleased. Donald turned quite pale and started shaking and kept saying one day...
Come on, speak faster, woman.
He'd commit murder.
If she fears that Donald is a suspect.
So you were afraid that he would become our main suspect. I know that Fraser was jealous, but I wonder why you feel the need to protect him.
Exactly. Had you not told me about the case, I would never have dared to tell you about this little matter. Don loved Betty with all his heart. I can't imagine for one instant that he would hurt her.
Very good, Mademoiselle Bernard. Thank you for your help.
Excellent. Okay. Now what?
Fraser is at the Ginger Cat. The police haven't spoken to him, but they want to.
Très bien, Hastings. Let's see him now.
Okay.
Au revoir, mademoiselle. My deepest condolences to your parents.
Of course, Mr. Poirot. And don't be too hard on Don. He's more fragile than he looks.
If you say so.
More fragile than he looks, huh? Well,
let us now try
let's
and
try.
get our brain cells to work.
Okay, quickly, move. What had Betty planned to do with her evening? We have the ticket things. We have the cinema tickets. Probably plan to meet someone. No. In that case... Betty lied to Donald about what she planning to do that night. And there. Betty lied to Donald because she had a date with another man. Did Betty know her assailant? Could potentially be. I mean, she has marks on the neck. Seduced Betty before taking her to the beach where he strangled her. Huh.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay. Megan Bernard's behavior indicating. Well, kept looking at the photo. Really liked Donald. Has a soft spot for Donald. Did Megan have a motive for killing her sister? No, not really, because she also loved her sister. Also seeing there, Megan was jealous of Betty. What is Megan Barnes' behavior hiding? Question Donald Fraser. Okay. Did Donald have a motive for Betty's murder is next. We need one more clue for that, and I'm sure he's gonna be the one to give it to us. So let's rush over. If I can find the door. I thought the door was there. There was the door. Let's leave. Getting so confused now I can't even find the way out again.
You've seen Fraser, Hastings. What is your feeling?
He's a big chap. Fragile isn't exactly the word that springs to mind. I talked to his landlady before seeing him. She went to bed at 11. Fraser wasn't home yet.
Bien. Megan Barnard said he is a reserved character but with a nasty temper. We will see if this is the case.
I mean, he walks so slowly. Do you not know that we are in a race, Hercule Poirot? I need you to walk faster. Look at Hastings. Hastings walks faster than you. Okay. Let's chat.
How do you do, Mr. Fraser?
You're Hercule Poirot. Mr. Hastings said you wanted to speak to me.
Yes. I know that it may not be at the right time, but I would like to ask you a few questions.
Okay, let's see. Let's have a look at you first.
This man looks suspicious.
Let's see. We have a clenched fist. No, you are drinking. White horse whiskey seems on par with the Scott, though. Seemed a bit troubled. And you have crumpled clothing.
Donald Fraser is in a terrible state, as if he hadn't slept all night. And he's drinking White Horse.
Should I know what White Horse is? Is it specifically strong whiskey? Is it...
Tell me that it's a mistake. That Betty isn't dead.
Sadly, your lady friend has been murdered, Mr. Fraser.
Oh, Betty, if only you'd listened.
Did you see Betty?
Did you visit Betty yesterday afternoon?
No, I haven't seen Betty for 2 days. I was at the office yesterday afternoon.
Can you prove that?
Of course. But why this question? Betty died yesterday evening, didn't she?
Aye, she did.
Yesterday, a guest came to the Ginger Cat alone and ordered a White Horse whiskey, and by the look of it, you also appear to be fond of this brand.
Yes, it's a good whiskey and not cheap. I only drink it on special occasions. Or tragic ones.
I understand. Do you know what Betty's plans were yesterday evening?
She said she was having dinner with her sister.
Oh, she was definitely not. specified that her sister was indeed in London.
Yet, Megan only returned to Bexhill this morning, Mr. Fraser.
I didn't know.
Right. May I ask you what you were doing yesterday evening?
I spent the evening working.
Your colleagues can confirm this?
No, I often take work home with me.
Point out that he doesn't have an alibi.
Therefore, you have no alibi, Mr. Fraser.
That's right. But that doesn't make me a murderer, Mr. Poirot. I would like you to leave now, please.
Ah, I knew I'd find you here, Poirot. I thought the victim's young man was here.
Yes, is all yours, Chief Inspector. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Did Donald have a motive? He was very much in love with Betty. Betty used to go out a great deal? No. Carried out by the same murder, that means Donald is a violent man? No. He doesn't really have a motive. He doesn't have an alibi either. There we go. Violent man used to go out. Donald had a motive for killing Betty, jealousy. Does Donald have an alibi? He does not. Does Donald have a motive? I mean, not really, considering that they're both the same murderer. Donald may have killed Betty, but he does not have a motive for Mrs. Archer. Return to the crime scene. Can we just have a quick look at Hastings, though?
Hastings looks silly tease. He really doesn't like Fraser.
Also, I am gonna have to... Ooh.
Fraser doesn't have an alibi and he's extremely jealous.
You are very skilled at summing up.
And yet you haven't asked Japp to arrest him.
It is too soon. But I agree, without the letters announcing the crimes, Fraser would already be behind bars. Bon, I think we have enough elements. Let's reconstruct the events at the scene of the crime.
Okay, can do. Should be able to get it right this time.
I can't imagine how the murderer wasn't seen, though. Surely she must have struggled.
Let us try and imagine the scene.
Okay. I have to say, this bit is probably my favorite part of the game. It's the reconstruction. I really like that they do that.
The killer and the victim are walking on the beach. Miss Betty has a bag, a belt around her waist, and carries her shoes in her hand. Both of them walk slowly to hut number 5.
Then we go one further. She was in...
Both of them walk slowly to hut number 6.
She goes in.
Miss Betty enters the hut. She leaves without her belongings. Then she hides a code.
Attack or advance? No, I would assume advance further.
They keep walking. Then she removes her belt.
The murderer moves behind her and then attacks her by surprise. The body falls, lifeless, on the sand.
Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
It wouldn't make sense that he removed her belt, because at that point she would be suspicious. You have played this game before, Blob? Huh.
Without the ABC, we might have suspected Mr. Asher and Mr. Fraser. But by signing his crimes, the murderer is making sure he's accused. In a way, it is very generous of him.
Generous? The murderer seduced Betty in order to lure her to the beach and kill her.
Indeed, the young woman was certainly careless, but not stupid enough to follow a stranger.
What are you planning to do, Poirot?
Return to London, mon cher Hastings.
Don't suppose you remember if you enjoyed the game overall. Let's see, we have done all that information and we can go back to London. Let's head to the car. Come on, Poirot. Time to get them steps in. Chop chop. No. Walk over to the car. And we're gonna use the car. Use the car. There we
Right,
go.
back to London. There is nothing more for us to do here.
Jap has decided to reveal details to the press. The alphabet murder is now famous.
It is not a bad idea. The more people who know, the greater our chances of finding out something of interest.
Poirot, I have a bad feeling.
Come on, next letter. Give me more murder.
Poor Mr. Poirot, not so good at these little criminal matters as you thought yourself, are you? Rather past your prime, perhaps. Let us see if you can do any better this time. This time, it's an easy one. Churston on the 30th. Do try and do something about it. It's a bit dull having it all my own way, you know. Good hunting. Ever yours, ABC.
Okay.
Good hunting. Did you hear that, Poirot? The murderer seems to be taking it all as a game, a challenge. He will strike on 30th in Churston. We must warn Scotland Yard. No time to lose. We must prepare our suitcases for Churston.
Mon Dieu, it is already 10 o'clock. I will call Scotland Yard immediately.
Okay, so we're calling Scotland Yard, really? Huh. Would have assumed they would give it that job to Hastings. That's one of the few things he's actually, you know, capable of.
Hello, Jap. We received a new letter from ABC in the 10 o'clock post.
Where and when?
In Churston. Today.
Today? I'll inform the population immediately.
I'll check the train times. Call me back.
And you should already have become suspicious, Poirot. Oh, is it the packing thing? Please say I get a packing
what you are
mini
doing is
bag.
an absolute disaster. That is no way to pack suitcases.
Heavens, we must hurry. We have to get to Churston before the murder.
But
Hastings' order and method are always necessary, regardless of the circumstances.
Okay, okay. I'll let you pack them.
hehe, ego point.
All the same, it really is a disgrace to leave your belongings in such a mess.
Okay, packing game. Bath towel. Unprotected bottles. Horrible. And badly folded pajamas. Also this thing. Badly closed toothpaste. This is out of the suitcase. Odd sock. I'm not gonna...
Voila.
There
It
we
only
go.
took a minute.
Poirot, you were right. I've just consulted the ABC guide. There's no hurry. The next train doesn't leave till 11:45.
You see, there is no need to hurry. We will not be in Churston until tomorrow morning. After the murder.
But why has the murderer warned us so late? It's not what he usually does. Did he do it on purpose?
Very good question, Hastings. We should also compare the letter we have just received with the other two. Although I have very little doubt about what we will find.
Very well. Let's go to the desk. Come on, chop chop. As fast as your little legs can carry you, Poirot.
It is not a good time.
What do you mean it's not a good time?
It is not a good time.
You were the one who wanted to do this. Compare the new letter.
It is not a good time.
Oh, come on.
It is not a good...
Why is it not a good time? Are we leaving after all? Fine. Let's leave.
It is not the right time. Hastings, it would appear that you are getting slightly thin on top.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Fine, look at yourself in the mirror while I think. Let's...
In his haste, Hastings tore the envelope.
There we go. Let's see.
Poor Mr. Poirot. Not so good at these little criminal matters as you thought yourself, are you? Rather past your prime, perhaps?
I mean, technically
Let us
he
see
didn't
if
read
you
it
can
last
do
time,
any
so I'm
better
gonna
this
just
time.
listen to it.
This time it is an easy one. Cheston on the 30th. Do try and do something about it. It is a bit dull having it all my own way, you know. Good hunting. Ever yours, ABC.
Okay, so it still has the things. Not no. There's quartz fire with a mention. Huh. The address written on this envelope is wrong. The killer wrote White Horse Mansion. It's a mistake? Not known. Can I now go over to the desk and look at this? Because this definitely adds to the mystery. Come on. There, now you want to do it.
Let us compare this new letter with the second one.
Okay, let's see.
Let us examine this more closely.
I is still an issue.
Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects. Yes, this I is weird.
And it's the same as in the previous one?
Yes, the I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
The way is still the thing?
The W is not printed properly.
Interesting that it's
Of
only
course,
lowercase
the
w.
characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
And then there was the A in the ABC.
Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual. That's right. The A characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter.
Excellent.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, we can do that. Why did I murder one so late? Piece of the envelope. The letter arrived late because of an error in the address.
The letter should have arrived in time. The postmark shows that it was sent 3 days ago. However, our man made a mistake in the address, which explains the delay. All the same, the post office took their time correcting the error.
Come on, Poirot. Your address is not quite as well known as that of Scotland Yard.
I mean, they are, but it indicates that it's a
Poirot,
letter
the
you
telephone.
use a lot,
It must
so
be
I
Jack.
would assume that the same, like, worn damage would be on both of them, but that is just me and how I type.
I have some news from Churchton. Bad news, I'm afraid. Sir Carmichael Clark was murdered while out on his evening walk.
Sir Carmichael Clark. The name is familiar to me.
He was a famous throat specialist, one of the best in London. A wealthy man, he retired to Combside, a beautiful house by the sea. He collected antiques.
Are you going there?
Yes, let's meet on the train.
Oh, I assumed it was because you used the letter all the time, because that's what happened usually to my keyboards or when I had a typewriter. It's repeated use.
The victim is called Sir Carmichael Clark, one of the best throat specialists in London. The body was still warm when we found it. If we'd been warned earlier, we definitely could have saved him.
It appears that
It
the
could very well
murderer
be
made a
by
mistake when
manufacturing
he
as
wrote
well,
his
but...
letter.
A mistake? Lucky for him.
And what if he did it on purpose?
No. He's defined his madcap rules and he's sticking to them. It's a matter of pride for him. Shall we go up to the house, Poirot?
You go, my friend. I will come soon.
Let's see. Let's investigate. I'm a martial mustache now. Let's see. So we have the book. Should be correct. Oh, this time it's bloody.
An ABC guide. The murderer's customary
Yes, this time it's
signature,
bloody.
covered in blood this time. Sir Carmichael's throat was cut. It's a clean incision, a professional murder.
Blood
The
spatter.
gravel on the path has been sprayed with blood that covers a conical-shaped area, which starts at the body and becomes wider as it moves further from the bush. Apart from the wound to the throat, the body is untouched. No cuts, no bruises.
Yeah, indeed. Let's hope for no more math. Okay, and now let's investigate the items.
Jap has emptied the victim's pockets and has laid out their contents on this piece of wax cloth.
Let's see.
It is pointless.
Why is it pointless?
An oriental dragon. It's an old piece, much older than the pocket watch on which it was fastened.
How's the wallet doing?
Nothing appears to be missing from this wallet.
So, not a mugging again.
A signet ring, very probably with the Clark family's coat of arms.
Yeah, keys are useless. It's not like we've been hunting for keys earlier in the game. Okay, let's see. Examine the crime scene. Didn't I just do that? What else is it you want me to do? I have investigated this. I have investigated this. Don't think there was anything more. No, 4. And then, for some reason, it's still there. What else? I've checked this. Maybe these just the surroundings then? To notice that,
This place is very calming.
Indeed. Look at the nice seagull just sitting there. But what's this? A rabbit hole. Some nice flowers. Picturesque rock.
The site is exceptional. It is easy to imagine that Sir Carmichael used to enjoy stopping here every evening.
But that's the thing. Stop her every evening. That implies that they know that pattern. More looking around for things. Fine, let's investigate this bush.
The body is just in front of a bush. One of the only bushes in the surrounding area.
Are you happy now? No? Still not? Already done this bit. I've done this. You wanna just walk further back, perhaps?
I'm not going to leave now. I still have some clues to find.
Is it the overall thing? I'm assuming this is also
I'm not
leave?
going to leave.
Yeah. Already heard that you're not gonna leave. That's fine. Can I move further down the road? Like over to this area? What is it that I'm missing? Examine the crime scene. Of all the things to get stuck on. Is it this?
The vegetation behind the bush has been trampled. Let us now try.
Okay, there we
and
go.
get our
That was the
brain
last
cells to
one.
work.
Okay, what was Sir Carmichael's position when he was killed? The body was found in front of the only bush. Sewn and wound with a clear outline. Sir Carmichael had his back to the bush.
Sir Carmichael had his back to the bush when the killer cut his throat from behind. A fatal blow that sprayed blood over a range of more than 1 meter. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay. Did Sir Carmichael see his murder? No, he had the back to the bush and the trampled grass behind the bush indicates otherwise, and the victim only had 1 wound. Died without seeing who struck him.
Have you finished, Poirot?
Chief Inspector, many questions remain unanswered, but I am certain of one thing.
The murder was carefully planned.
The killer has prepared his crime very carefully.
Quite right. He must have known Sir Carmichael's movements well to plan such an attack.
Theft, no. Murder was very violent.
The murderer struck with terrible savagery.
Yes, blood flowed. It's the first time he's attacked a man. He armed himself accordingly.
Have you spoken to the victim's family, Chief Inspector?
I've spoken to the brother, Franklin Clark. I didn't get much out of him. He's yours. I must get the body removed.
Okay, so now can I leave? Yeah, question the brother. Off you go. Come on. Chop chop. We're in a race, Poirot. Walk faster.
To be honest, this inspector seems rather obtuse. I'm counting on your friend Poirot to catch my brother's murderer. Ah, here he is now. Please, Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, this is my brother's secretary, Miss Thora Gray.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Poirot. Would you like some tea?
No, thank you, mademoiselle. I find it hard to digest.
Okay, let's see. Let's investigate these people. All it takes is one more math puzzle and we're falling behind again.
Very viril about him.
Very neatly fastened necktie. Nice pocket swatch. Not pocket. Come on. Where do you want it?
There
Over
is
here?
something very viril about him.
Broad shoulders. Anything about his countenance otherwise? Doesn't look like it. Looks like there should be something over here. Tan complexion.
Franklin Clark is an adventurer. The sort of man that women like.
Really? He's so sunburned. How about you?
There is something elegant about her.
I mean, yes, she has a very elegant brooch of a dragon. Excellent choice. Her outfit is very classic, and her makeup is, I mean, I wouldn't say understated with the blue, but still,
She has
for the
good
time,
taste,
sure.
Except perhaps in her choice of jewelry.
Please excuse me, I have to take care of Lady Clark.
Okay,
It is not the right time.
not the right time. Can we then talk to him?
My brother's wife is gravely ill. You will probably want to question her, but I fear that it won't be possible today.
Of course, I understand. Someone set a trap for your brother. Who was familiar with his habits?
Everybody knew he took his evening walk at 8:30, and that he always followed the same path.
Okay, everyone, huh?
And did people of the village know Sir Carmichael's habits?
I don't know. It's possible.
What were you doing last night?
After dinner, I went to my bedroom. At 11 in the evening, the telephone rang. It was the police. I went to look for my brother.
Ask if it was a dark night.
Was it a dark night?
It was a new moon. I took a lantern.
So it was you who found the body.
Yes, along with the gardener.
Have you seen any strangers around the house recently?
No. As far as I know, nobody has been near the house.
Miss Clark.
Oh, Lady Clark must have fallen from her chair. I have to help Miss Grey get her up.
You go do that while I snoop. Sounds like an excellent idea.
Hastings, while our host is gone, let's examine the drawing room.
But, Poirot, a gentleman shouldn't...
I take full responsibility. All you have to do is to leave the drawing room door ajar and let me know if anyone is coming.
Come on, Hastings, be a good spy now. Let's have a look here. Okay, let's see. We have a book.
Comside's private collection. Purchases since 1920. The catalogue for Sir Carmichael Clark's collection.
Okay.
A tiger. A turtle. A dragon.
Oh, we got a dragon plate. That was nice of them.
A crane? It is an emperor. His place at the center of the table is probably symbolic.
And the teapot.
Dragon, dragon, dragon. Sir Carmichael showed himself to be very consistent in his collection's theme.
Excellent taste, if I might say so myself. Why wouldn't you collecting dragons if you're gonna collect something? Okay, no, not another thinking puzzle. No, 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 no. Okay, what is this? Raw representation traditional Chinese lore. So we need red, white, blue, and black.
Turtle, the dragon, the crane, and the tiger. I think I've already seen this motif somewhere.
And the plates. And let's see. These spin. Can we move everything? We can. Okay, in that case, Okay, so red is with the head. Go back. Leave. Yes, that's fine. Go back to the table real quick. Okay, so according to this, the head is then doing peacock. Dragon is on this side. Tiger is on this side. Turtle is downwards. Okay, let's see if that gives us any help.
Turtle, the dragon, the crane, and the tiger. I think I've already seen this motif somewhere.
Then if red is actually supposed to be up, so that would mean there. Oh, but there's also, oh no, I didn't check that. Okay, go back. I should have looked closer at the plates. That's on me. That's on me for wasting time by going back and forth. Everything is pointing that the little spinny thing is toward the center. So that would be the tail. Hopefully it has those little things also on these. If not, I'm in trouble.
Turtle,
It does.
the dragon, the crane, and the tiger.
Okay.
I think I've already seen this motif somewhere.
Let's see. So that would mean peacock on red, if that's supposed to be top. And then everything is supposed to be aligned to the center. If this is wrong, then I am a bit stumped again. I am okay. Fine, we're a bit stumped. My reputation.
The cardinal points. This book could maybe help me. Each cardinal point is associated with one animal and one color. In the middle sits the imperial dragon, and out of respect, all the others are turned towards him.
Yeah, but my question is, I don't seem to be able to move these or change them. Oh, that does. Okay, in that case, I'm good. It was red, and then this one is supposed to be blue, so that's fine. It's supposed to be black down there, which... Come on, come on. There we go, and then we can swap these back in place. Why are you doing this to me? And then peacock on red.
The
There we
position
go.
of each motif is correct, but they are not turned the same way as on the table.
What do you mean? The position is already not turned, but they're all supposed to be turned into the middle. Dragon is supposed to be on blue, turtle is on black. They were all pointing in towards the center. That was how they were on the table. I'm certain of it. Wasn't it? They're all in the right position. You just want me to turn them a bit differently. But I am certain that that's... Wait, let me just double check. Didn't take me long to do that bit anyway, so might as well. Let's see. Double check here. Is it that if I click in on the plate, it will change? If so, that's very unnecessary.
Tiger.
No, they're all pointed towards inwards. Dragon across from tiger, peacock across from the turtle. Every one of them is turning inwards.
Dragon.
That's pretty much what I had over here, though. Isn't it? That looks pretty similar. That looked very similar to me, but okay, we can quickly do that again.
Turtle, the dragon, the crane, and the tiger.
Yeah. I don't need to listen to
I've
this.
seen this motif somewhere.
But you don't even allow me to skip. Oh, there's. I have to do both of them. Oh, that was probably it. Let's see. That is supposed to be white on white. How did I do the one in the back over here? And then red on blue. No, that one is actually correct. That's blue on blue. There we go. And then we do this one with peacock and turtle.
The position of each motif is correct, but they are not turned the same way as on the table. I think I heard a bang.
There.
Could it be this cupboard?
Okay, so it was the one on the bottom that I didn't see.
This is interesting.
Okay. What do we have here?
Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex. To Sir Carmichael Clark, MD, Comside Churton, Devon. Brighton, 1935, January the 5th. As a man of science, I owe it to you to be completely frank. Lady Clark, your wife is suffering from a generalized terminal cancer. I confess I didn't suspect anything like that during the first exams. But with the test results I have received today, there is unfortunately no place for doubt. I estimate that Lady Clark's life expectancy is no more than 1 year. Hospitalization would not help in her case, so I advise you to keep her at home and provide her with as much morphine as required to ease her last moments. Yours sincerely, Ernest Logan.
Okay. And how about the
daggers
knives?
are only ceremonial weapons. I do not think that the crime weapon is here.
Well, no, but one is missing. There's no doubt about that.
Here's Miss Grey.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Lady Clark's condition requires regular care. I believe you want to ask me a few questions.
Indeed, mademoiselle.
Would love to. Would love to ask you
This
some
porcelain
questions.
is remarkable. Is it old?
It's about 3 centuries old, I believe. Wait, let me find the reference.
Let's have a look.
She appears to be very flustered.
Mascara has run, so she's been crying. That is partly removed lipstick. Oh, the brooch is gone. Where is your brooch? Oh no, quick breath. Well, that wasn't what I wanted to point out. I wanted to point out that the dragon is gonna go.
And her makeup has been disturbed. I think that this young woman has just been kissed.
Here? Teapot with black dragon, Gangshi period, end of the 17th century. It is a rare piece with unusual colours.
You have a good knowledge of art history.
Acquired while working with Sir Carmichael. I used to help him manage his collection and choose his new acquisitions.
Did he ever give you
And
gifts?
sometimes He used to give you a piece as a gift, is that right?
Gift? What do you mean?
Mention her brooch.
I am referring to your brooch.
This old brooch?
Mademoiselle, you know perfectly well. I am talking about the magnificent brooch you were wearing earlier.
Yes, you're right. Sir Carmichael did give it to me. He valued my work. How could I refuse? He would have been offended.
Why do you no longer wear it?
Why have you taken it off?
I don't understand, Mr. Poirot.
Have you seen any strangers hanging around in the past few days?
No. Nobody has been near Cumside.
What were you doing yesterday evening at the time of the murder?
I was sleeping. I was woken by the telephone at 11. I heard Franklin Clark speaking with the gardener. They left with some lanterns and they found the body.
Considering the amount of makeup that's been put all over her face, yes, it must have been quite a hefty makeout session.
Am I right thinking that something is going on between you and Franklin?
How dare you ask me such a question?
And you? How do you dare kiss your good friend in the house of a dead man?
Mr. Poirot, you are behaving despicably.
I know, but I don't care.
Miss Grey, if I may be so bold, please do not take offence. My friend has rather unusual methods, but all he wants is to find the murderer.
Yes, I understand. I must rest. Please excuse me.
9 ego points.
Earlier, you asked me to watch the living room door for you. I don't wish to be indiscreet, but sometimes a gentleman stumbles upon a secret without intending to.
That is sometimes the case.
And I saw Franklin Clark kissing Miss Grey at the foot of the stairs.
Of course you did, Hastings. We have already
You think
deducted
this
that.
is a common occurrence?
No, I saw emotion, intensity. I think it was their first kiss.
Well done, mon ami. Well spotted.
However, I don't think I completely understand this business. Why did Sir Carmichael not defend himself? He appeared to have been active and strong.
The murderer did not give him a chance. Let us try and
Oh yay,
reconstruct the
reconstruct
scene.
the scene again. This should be good.
Sir Clark is taking his customary walk. Our killer is hiding behind a bush.
Wait.
The old man walks quietly along the graveled path. Then he turns towards the sea to gaze at it.
Attack from the left or attack from the right? Attack from the right, I think?
The killer leaves his hiding place on the right-hand side. He approaches silently over the grass.
Cutthroat.
Then he throws himself on his prey and cuts the poor man's throat. He then lays down the ABC before leaving. Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings.
I mean,
That is exactly
technically,
what
you
happened.
forgot to open up the page there. You should have opened up the ABC and placed it downward because the blood stained into it. But I guess I shouldn't object too much.
Oh, just a minute. I'm getting dressed.
Mr. Kirst, have you recently returned from Churston?
Yes. Indeed I have.
Have you seen the papers? And to think that you might have rubbed shoulders with the killer. Imagine that. Mr. Cust, are you all right? You don't seem well.
My apologies. My throat is burning and my head feels heavy. It's ever since the war, you know. Since my injury, my head has never been the same.
Dun 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 dun.
Poirot, it's a pleasure to be with you again after all these years. I looked for a gift to thank you, and I found this propelling pencil.
An authentic collector's item. You spoil me, mon ami.
And you more so by sharing investigations.
Do not underestimate the help you are to me, Hastings. Intellect is not everything. There is also goodwill, and you are not short of that. Later, I will ask you to help me tidy up the room and bring some chairs. Our guest will be here soon.
Ah, is Thora Grey coming?
Naturally. She is a fascinating young woman, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, come on, Poirot. I'm a married man. And Miss Grey has already been courted by Franklin Clark. Poirot, our guests will be here soon. We must prepare ourselves.
Very well, we shall prepare with great detail.
I should take advantage of the silence to examine them.
Just to obtain the modifier, select the subject and click on the icon. Magnificent hand pen by pasting. Okay. And then put back in. Huh. Can I then... What's the purpose of this? Leave the pen. Now I have a spring, for whatever that means. Let's see. Just observe everyone. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Let's observe you first, shall we? Okay, apparently not. There we go. It was just because I had the menu up.
Sometimes I love a brunette, sometimes I love a blonde. That's what the song says.
He is very much like a puppy.
The song says, sometimes I love a blonde who comes from Eden by way of Sweden. But I am not sure that this blonde is an angel.
And let's see, over here.
Franklin Clark always seems at ease, regardless of where he is. Something that's unique to people who travel. I ought to concentrate on my guests.
Well, you should. Oh, someone is very much in love and has tried to dress up as nicely as she can.
She appears to have taken more care with her appearance than the last time.
Looking at Donald, there's clearly makeup, and the earring, and a necklace.
She's looking at Mr. Fraser out of the corner of her eye. Did she make herself beautiful for him?
That is not looking at someone out of the corner of your eye. Out of the corner of the eye is barely noticeable. That is a straight up oogling indeed.
Donald is always on edge.
Come on, zoom in on that eye damage there, dark circles. Still a bit of a crumpled suit, isn't it? Tense hands. Come on, crumpled suit? No?
Leave me alone.
I'm not gonna leave you alone. I have to find one more clue about you. Is it still on your face? Shaving cut. Huh.
Donald Fraser is very nervous at the moment, even if he's trying hard to control himself. I wish to thank you all for coming. I wanted to bring everyone close to the victims here in order to unmask the murderer.
Get to the point, Mr. Poirot. What do you want from us?
Not to be in such a hurry.
Megan, dear girl, please be patient.
Mr. Poirot, how dare you address me by my first name?
Please excuse me, mademoiselle. What I ask is that you search your memories. The murderer must have left some trace.
Yes, he must have prepared his crimes very carefully.
Tout à fait. He did not get to Bexhill at midnight in order to strangle a young girl whose name by chance starts with P.
Must we go into that?
Aye, we must.
No, of course. Not if it makes you uncomfortable.
Come on, Mr. Poirot. I imagine we all feel terribly uncomfortable about these murders.
It's true. We've to catch the killer, not be spared the gory details.
Mr. Fraser, please get a grip on yourself.
Well, I want to help you, but I don't remember anything else. Nothing I haven't already said.
And you, Mademoiselle Barnard? Did your sister say she was seeing another man?
She never would have told me.
Why would she hide the fact from you?
Betty knew I didn't approve of her behaviour. Her flirting was spoiling any chance she might have had.
Tell me, mademoiselle, what did you talk about with your sister?
Come on.
Silly things. Her new dress. She wanted a pair of black stockings to go with it. Mother bought her a brand new pair. The day it happened, she was crying. And to think that Betty never even wore them. Poor Mummy.
Your sister used to sing, I believe. Did she ever perform in public?
She dreamt about it, but she had a very bad cough. It troubled her greatly. She had to cancel auditions and miss lots of opportunities. A pity.
Yes, she sang well, but that doesn't tell us much about the murderer.
Qui sait? In any case, we now have enough information to draw up a relatively precise psychological profile. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, grey cells. Is the killer clever? Indeed, he is clever. Come on. Next one. Is the killer sure of himself? Yes, very much. Okay, really? There's so many times when he's been sure of himself. I'm guessing the letter. No? Really? All of these could have been that, though. He sends the letters in advance. I'd say that's pretty confident. Is the killer a seducer? Yes. Yes, he is. Come on. Does the killer like trains? I mean, maybe? Guess he likes trains, you know, at least averagely. Is the killer impulsive? Not really. Very methodical. Is the killer generous? Very much so. Could easily frame someone else for one of those murders.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we can now surmise without too much risk of error that our adversary is calculative, sure of himself, a seducer, of outstanding intelligence, that he has plenty of self-control, and that he likes railways. It's a good start. Other meetings may be necessary. I hope that you will be able to come back again.
Well, it's just that...
Is something bothering you, Mary?
Well, Mr. Poirot, you see, I don't know if I can come to London just like that.
It's normal that people helping with this inquiry should be reimbursed. Starting with you, Miss Drower. Please allow me to pay for your train tickets.
Oh, sir, I cannot accept.
But you must. Mademoiselle, I may not be rich, but my brother left a fortune which will be mine.
Mr. Clark, that's very generous of you.
Well, someone has to foot the bill. Mr. Poirot, would it be possible for you to come back to Devon? Lady Clark has expressed a wish to see you. We'll adjust her medicine so she'll not be too drowsy.
But of course, I shall come the day after tomorrow if it is convenient. Thank you all for coming. We will meet again soon. The meeting was most fruitful.
Indeed it was.
Really?
Hastings, I believe now we have everything we need to find a common point between the victims. Now it is time for us to use our grey matter.
Why grey matter instead of little grey cells?
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
I wonder if those are like copyrighted to say. What do the victims have in common? First victim is named Asher. Okay, let's remove that then. Miss Asher took a cough medicine, and Betty had problems with the voice. All victims suffer from throat afflictions.
The first two victims suffered from bad throat, and that was precisely the specialty of the third victim, Dr. Clark.
We have a lead.
It would pay to take a closer look at the medical records of Dr. Clark's patients.
Indeed it would.
We'll do so during our next visit to Churston.
I will do it myself, mon ami. You must remain in London just in case ABC sends us another letter.
Very well, as you wish. Thank you for coming, Mr. Poirot. Lady Clark is waiting for you in her bedroom on the first floor. Please excuse me, I cannot stay for the interview. I've to take Miss Grey to the station to see our lawyer in Torquay.
Very well.
Are you going on holiday, mademoiselle?
Not exactly, Mr. Poirot.
Miss Grey very kindly stayed with me to settle my brother's affairs, but naturally she prefers to find a position in London.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, très bien.
I'll be absent all morning, Mr. Poirot, but the nurse is coming soon. She's to ensure that the dose of medicine doesn't make our patient drowsy.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Have a nice trip, mademoiselle.
Seems a bit rare to invite someone over and then, you know, immediately leave, but sure. Okay, let's see. Just go find Lady Clark. Alright. Remove that one, and then we can look at her.
This poor woman is very ill.
Mm-hmm, she is. There's the shakes. Clenched fist. Dazed eyes. How can I do the shaking bits? Come on, where are you?
Please tell the nurse to hurry. Please.
We'll try. I'm just... Oh yeah, that medicine, of course. Painkillers.
This woman is suffering. She is in no state to have a conversation.
Oof.
It would be rude to make Lady Clark wait any longer.
It would, wouldn't it?
Mr. Poirot?
My respects, madame.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Have you seen the nurse? She should have been here by now. Oh, I'm sorry.
The telephone in the hall is ringing.
Should probably go get that. Also, I am starting to feel slightly concerned that I might fall behind again. Because I am gonna need
The Clark residence.
a quick break.
Detective Hercule Poirot speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Poirot? I'm Lady Clark's nurse. I wanted to let you know that I won't be able to come for her injection today. Might Miss Grey be able to do it?
She has just left, but I will take care of it.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. You'll find the skeleton key to open the medicine cabinet hidden in the lion trophy.
You can count on me. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you kindly. Goodbye, Mr. Poirot.
It is now the right time.
Find the skeleton key in the lion trophy. Well, this doesn't look like a lion, but it's a lioness. Is that close enough?
Here is the skeleton key.
Anything else you want to look at here? Can't imagine what it would be.
April 1925, Aceh province, Sumatra.
Up you go. Okay, let's see.
Please tell the nurse to hurry. Please.
Okay, time for the quickest toilet break ever. Be right back. Okay. Now, what was the actual objective again? Give her an injection. Where's the medical cabinet? Over here. Well, the thing is that it took me like a minute or something to start the timer in the beginning, so I figured that was probably roughly about that time. So I would say now it's fairly accurate again.
Ah, Mr. Poirot. Oh, I feel better now. Thank you for your help.
Let's see.
Madame, you are tired, so I will get straight to the point. What can you tell me about this business?
What business?
Okay, about
Mr.
3 minutes.
Poirot?
No doubt. You wish to talk to me about what happened to your husband?
Ah, yes. Oh, poor Carmichael. Has the madman who killed him been caught?
Not yet, chère madame. There was a great many people in Cheston on the day of the murder.
Indeed. People go straight to the beach. They don't come near Coomside.
So, there were no strangers around the house that day?
Who said that?
The people who live here. Your brother-in-law, Miss Grey.
Miss Grey? Oh, I don't like her. Franklin wanted her to stay, but I insisted she should go immediately.
You are entitled to do so, naturally.
I'm pleased that you approve. The others have been taken in by her. But at least you can see through that self-pity act. See what she's up to. Oh.
Wake her up. Seems a bit rude.
She's sleeping. I must find a way to wake her up gently.
How about using the radio?
This couple appears to be having fun.
Fun, game of croquet. Smiling. Looks like a happy
Lady
marriage.
Clark and Sir Carmichael were very happy, but they did not have any children.
Okay, but I couldn't use the... Okay, there's something over here I can pick up. Oh, there seems to be something on the floor.
This spring appears to be broken.
Well, that's fine. I can replace it with my current spring. Oh, nope. Drag it over.
I hope that Hastings will not be cross with me.
Probably not. Which way is it, though?
Does not make any sound.
Okay, in that case, let's go back. What else is wrong with you?
This part appears to be working. This part appears to be working.
Well, why won't you make a sound then?
This is where the combs go.
Where the combs go? Okay, so I need to go back and find those. And I'm assuming that is the comb.
Subject would probably be useful to me.
I should have picked it up before I did the thing. There we go. Back around. Not that that took a long time, so it's fine. Get that on there.
I hope that Hastings will not be...
Yeah, we already heard it once. Put in the combs. Okay, well, we now have sound.
Does not make any sound.
Does not make a sound. Okay, so maybe I still need something. Maybe I still need something. No, I didn't mean to... What is it?
This part appears to be working.
What is it then? Oh, this is part 2. Oh, I need part 1. Let's see. Okay. Where could the other comb be? There it is. There we go.
This subject would probably be useful to me.
Gold comb. Can I look at it? Can I confirm that it says 1? Yes. I don't think it needs more than 2. Imagine now me doing this over again and it actually needs 3. Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, that one first.
I hope that Hastings will not
Yeah. Nobody cares. Nobody cares if Hastings gets mad. Then 1 and then 2. And then try and push it.
Does not make any sound.
Still nothing. Okay, so I need more keys. Let's see. Can I check elsewhere? Wait, where did it go? What happened? Why are you down here?
I must find a way to wake her up gently.
Yes, and I wanted to take...
I am not going to leave Comside now.
That wasn't what I wanted you to do. Just get back up there. How many keys does those things usually have, though? Those 2 were easy to spot. Is there anything over here? There's also one.
The subject would probably be useful to me.
Okay. Now we have 1 silver, 1 gold, 1 bronze. Surely that's all. Also, would it be the third one on the bottom, or would it be the first one on the
Hope
bottom?
that Hastings.
Let's try doing them with 1, 2, and 3 first, and if not that's working, I can try the other way. There we go.
Oh, what are we talking about? Ah, yes, Thora Grey. Oh, Carmichael had great esteem for her, but for me she was nothing but a hypocrite.
You're probably right, madame.
You have seen through her. I'm so pleased that I've convinced you.
You are very harsh. Do not forget that the girl is an orphan.
Yes, and she used the fact to get around men. Take Franklin. He's fallen for her sweet talking charms. Oh, he's a lovely boy, very plucky and sure of himself. But so naive. Oh, when it comes to women.
Franklin really idealized Miss Grey.
Absolutely. It's so good to see that you all agree with me.
Miss Grey did look after you very well, though.
Outwardly. But she's hiding something. I think she tried to poison me.
Oh, really now?
Miss Grey? A poisoner? But everybody appears to like her.
It proves she knows what she's doing. She's manipulative and she's a liar.
A liar?
Let's see, didn't she say that on the day of the crime nobody was around Coomside?
That is correct.
Well, at 11 o'clock I saw her talking to someone.
Really? And what was this man like?
An ordinary sort of man with a very plain face. Oh, I don't remember well.
Was he a gentleman?
No, he was not a gentleman.
It would be best to leave her to sleep now. The telephone in the hall is ringing.
Oh, again? Enjoy your sleep, Pizza Nut. Indeed, a commoner. How dare.
Hello?
Poirot, is that you? Hastings here.
Thank you for calling. Have you received a new letter from the murderer?
No, thank goodness. How are things in Churston?
I questioned Lady Clark, but I will not leave until I have examined everything of interest to me here. Fortunately, Franklin is absent, and I have a skeleton key.
Have you seen Thora Grey again?
Briefly. But rest assured, I intend to summon her to London soon.
She's a fascinating girl.
Oh, of course you are.
I would like to ask her a few questions.
Poirot, she wouldn't hurt a fly.
Of course you think that,
Each to his own,
Hastings.
my friend. Yours are pretty often mine old ladies that have the maladies.
Poirot, are you mocking me?
No ill intended, rest assured. À bientôt, mon ami.
Okay, now we can go snooping. What's this? This looks like it will be a puzzle.
This plate appears to be able to move, but something is blocking it. This plate appears to be able to move. I must need something to continue.
Indeed. Well, so we need something for the map at one point. That's fine. Anything over here?
July 1920. Alaska Peninsula.
Oh no, don't tell me. No. Oh. Alaska. 1920 Alaska Pen. Okay. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a very bad feeling about this. $1922. That is South Africa. Oh well, no, I didn't look at it. I want the points, darn it.
February 1922, South Africa.
Also, I'm not sure if the game would even let me progress if I don't look at it. Probably say I haven't found everything. If I just write it down. Oh, another cabinet. Not a Chinese cabinet. Why is it always... Ah.
4 Chinese symbols are engraved on this padlock.
And what about up here?
Well, well. The characters engraved on this disc resemble those engraved on the padlock.
Okay, let's see. That is... 3-legged little thing with the thing, and then... what looks like some sort of carnival thing, and it is on the 9 o'clock position. Not sure if that's gonna matter, but let's check. Then we have this steps, and then that, and that is roughly 10 or 11 o'clock. Not good. Not good. I am not good at runes. And that is then in the first position with about roughly 7 to 8 o'clock. So let's try that with putting that one first. Oh no, that leaves me with still one missing.
No, it's not the right code.
Yeah, I missed the one in the middle there. Oh, but... oh, you are not. You are in the middle. Oh, no. You're closer to the middle than the other ones. So that means that you're last, or does it mean that you're first? Oh, well, if we have all 4 of them, then it shouldn't take too long to try all different combinations with those, I suppose. But... are you the close one furthest? You are almost touching the edge. But so are you. And then you two are a bit further inwards. Huh. Okay, but let's just try first with my other option, which is... well, that's upside down. Why is that one upside down, though? Huh. Is it like that on all of them if I put everything on the same thing? Yes. Okay, so that one is upside down. Okay, let's see. We know the symbols. But we don't know the order in which they go. Now, some of them are further to the edge. I thought maybe it was clock. Like, working away from a clock thingy. But that doesn't seem to be it. Okay, so if we work with that, the ones furthest away, closest to the edge, is the first. I think. Is it? Is it that? I don't think so.
No, it's not the...
Let me check. Can these be moved? I never tried moving them. Can these... Oh, these can be moved. Oh.
That's it. This character appears to be the right way around.
Okay. Right. Okay, so when it's the right way on around, it's on 3 instead. And which other one was it that I said was wrong way? This one was also the wrong way. That one's
The
this.
position of this character looks right to me.
Which is still closer to 3, but further inwards. And then... this one should just be that.
This character appears to be the right way around.
And then this one is this way.
The position of this character looks right to me.
Okay, so now they're all in the right position there. So it's 3, 3, and 9, 9, but they're separate. If I was supposed to give them a number position. Roughly. But then what would it be? So if I put that is the 3, that is the closest, and then if I follow up with the 3, that's the furthest. Then if I do the 3, that's the closest, and the 3, that is the furthest. Nope, nothing happens. Let's try swapping those around. Okay, that's not it.
No, it's not the right code. Let us check the Chinese characters again.
Okay, let's see. Oh, you were also the furthest. I had that one marked as the closest, so that's also a problem. Not that it seems to be mattering anymore, but, Oh, come on, there's just 4 numbers. Well, four symbols. How many different ways could it be that they're going? Let's see. Let's try doing it other way. That one is... Oh, of course, it's the... Oh, stupid. Stupid. You are the first number. Of course, you're the first one, the closest. You're first. Okay, so you're first. Oh, when you step away and you see all of them, it's so obvious. Then you are the second. Yeah. You are, of course, the fourth, and that means you... No, the third. Third, not fourth, and you are the fourth. It's just... I was too close. Okay, so 1 is then this one, and then 2 is this one, and then 3 was this, and 4. There we go. That makes sense.
At last, the cupboard is open.
Okay, let's see.
The Railway Children, E. Nesbit. For Franklin, Und Effie's Christmas, 1910.
Okay, so that's Franklin, who has the Railway Kids. As the previous decade in Hong Kong was the gateway to China. Traveling in China, a practical guide for English travelers. Is there anything about this book that you would like to point out, Poirot?
Traveling in China.
There we go.
A practical guide for English travelers.
Okay, so I'm not sure how that's relevant, but... English countryside is back in fashion.
Genteel and wild. English countryside revisited. Helmet, flask, and rifles. Franklin is very well equipped.
Okay. That's everything there. Okay, let's go and find some more trophies. What was the date of you again?
April 1925. Aceh Province, Sumatra.
1925, Sumatra. Okay, that's 3 of them. I don't think there was any trophies upstairs. Let's try checking the drawing room, I guess. Anything here?
Sir Carmichael's collection could rival that of a major museum.
It really could, couldn't it? Now, can you take a look in this cabinet?
The door is locked.
Do we have a key? Is this the key?
This unit contains the medical records for Sir Carmichael Clark's patients. Let us study them closely and see if there are any familiar names.
Okay, A to B.
No test on the records from A to D. They've been handled recently. No names. Disappointing. Lots of dust. The records from E to Z have not been touched for years.
Okay.
No names. Disappointing.
Indeed. Don't think we need that cabinet anymore. Anything we need to peruse the collection anymore? Can I open it?
Comside's private collection. Purchases since 1920.
I guess.
The catalogue for Sir Carmichael Clark's collection.
No, I cannot open it. I was kind of hoping I could open it up. What's this? Traditional Chinese map. South is upwards. Okay, well, we already had something, so let's just quickly note down these symbols, or rather a rough similar thing where I might at least have a chance at picking out these symbols. Pretty they are not, but hopefully it will be enough that I can, you know, roughly remember what it looked like. And then a little window there. Okay. And then there, and there. Yeah, that's fine. Obviously the right order. Anything to look on here? Wait, what? What? Where?
Compass, point to the south. Bronze and magnetite, Han Dynasty, circa 210 BC, purchased in Hong Kong 1935.
How is that relevant?
There are some very valuable objects here.
Anything new over here? Attention Fractal Task, ordering Lady Clark remedies, tidying up estate property files, calling the lawyer about inventory, update the tenant farmer list, update land residents, living room table, some of my things I don't want to keep, the locket and the dagger, I'm sure you know why. Huh.
I've already seen similar daggers.
Mm-hmm. A locket, you say? I thought it was a brooch. A dark
dragon for a bright-haired maid. See.
Let's see. Whoop.
Attention, Franklin. Task list. A. Ordering Lady Clark remedies. Done. B. Tidying up real estate property files. Done. C. Calling the lawyer about inventory. Done. D. Update the tenant farmer list. Done. E. Update land rent accounting. Done. F. Ordering a restock of arsenic. Done. P.S. I have left on the living room table some of my things I don't want to keep. The locket and the dagger. I am sure you know why. Thora.
Okay. Don't need to look on the clock. Can I take the plant? Oh no, it's the door. They left the door open.
Order and method above all. Let us finish examining the mansion while no one is around.
I guess so. Okay, just because I want to make sure that there's nothing I'm leaving behind. Is there anything new here?
Papers that were not there the first time I visited.
There is indeed some things.
These daggers are only ceremonial weapons. I do not think that the crime weapon is here.
I am glad I decided to be...
Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client, circa Michael Clark, April 15, 1935, Court and Brunskill office.
Okay. Huh. Wait, it didn't count?
Valuers report...
Why didn't it count?
Court and Brunskill. The name is familiar. Is that not the name of the firm Donald Fraser works for?
Ah, okay, so I needed to twist it a little bit to the other side. So Donald Fraser works for that company, huh?
Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex. To Circa Michael Clark, MD, Comside Churston, Devon. Brighton, 1935, January the 5th. As a man of science,
no, this is the same.
I owe it to you to be
This is the same
frank.
that we looked at earlier.
Lady Clark, your wife is suffering.
Come on, I don't need to listen to
I
this now.
estimate that Lady Clark...
Nope, don't need to listen to it. We already looked at it before. Science be damned. It's science we have looked at before. We don't need double dose of science. We have puzzles to solve. Is this thing a thing that I need to work with?
How am I going to open this trunk?
Oh no.
Let us examine it.
I hope not. I hope not. Oh, shoot. Okay, so I need a four-digit code thingy. $1927. Could it be that easy? Could it be that easy? Surely not. Surely not that easy. Come on, 2. And 7. It is that easy, wow.
Leaving the code on the trunk. What a strange character Franklin is.
That is bad security, I'm just gonna say. What's this? I don't know why I would turn you. Okay, so 31. $28. $5. Okay, but what do I do with this otherwise? Okay, this is the only part that I can look at. I can't seem to access this rest of the bit. I mean, clearly, password security in this era not that good. Okay, let's see. Could those things be related to this? If I go. If I go 3, 1, 2, 8, 5. Will anything happen? No. Okay. So that's not it. That's not it. Is there anything else with these pictures? Oh. Oh no. They can be shifted? Okay, that's a 7. Anything else? No, that's the last one. Okay, so if it's 7... And what about you? Do you have any hidden numbers that I should also take into consideration? Come on. That's 2 dots. And the third. 20. 720. Okay, let's try making 720. Let's see. 20.
So, what is this sound? I should be able to open the trunk now.
Okay, excellent.
There we are.
Okay. I'm not there yet, apparently. What's this? What's this one? Can I kind of nudge you open? Come on. There we go.
Whiskey and other good quality drinks. Mr. Clark really has refined tastes.
Okay, so there's a lot of whiskey.
Whiskey and other good...
That doesn't really give me much clues, though. What's in these other things? Seemingly nothing. Also seemingly nothing. Oh, that's a thing.
Why has Franklin put an Allen key inside his trunk? I'll borrow it for a minute.
Oh, how does an Allen key have this thing? It doesn't? Okay. Can I have a look at the Allen key?
An Allen key, it can be used in 5 positions.
But it does have that. That's the thing. Can I modify it? There. Okay. That's how I want it. And now use it? There we go. Okay, and now I need that shape. Or what's the other shape over here? That looks fairly similar. Let's see. Modify.
An Allen key.
Yeah. Can be used in multiple positions. I know. Get busy.
Another screw.
What do you mean another? That's the first one we've done, but oh well. Okay, there we go.
This engraving is not very easy to understand. I need to sort it out.
Okay, all of them can be moved except this one. So that's easy enough. You just start there and then you build your way out. That doesn't look quite right though. That doesn't look quite right, but oh well. Those are the only ones with those in it. Oh no, there's the one. Never mind. There we go. And then you go there, and then we just have to do everything over again because one was wrong.
Franklin must really love his country to have an engraving in his trunk. I think I heard the panel above release.
Okay. Good. Panel above release. Panel above? Like above? Like on this side? Which panel? This panel? Okay, this panel.
A signet ring? A signet ring with a code written on it. 1587. It may be useful to me.
Let's see. I mean, surely you can't struggle on putting together the map puzzle. It is a very clear, different color. You just work from that color. I guess if you're bad at the visual puzzles, then yeah.
The Black Dragon's Curse. To Franklin, who will
Oh
never
dear.
grow up.
True.
January
True.
25, 1928. car Charlotte.
Let's see, 25 in 1. Now I missed a year. I'm gonna have to look at it again. 1928. All of these states and things, and I'm dreading what it's gonna turn into at the end.
Miss Thorogray, Comside, Chuston, Devon. Arsenic trioxide thallium.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else I can do down here? Or is it time for what I'm absolutely dreading, which is the big map thing? It seems like it's time for the big... this thing, which I don't want to do at all. Oh, this one is the one that I'm dreading. Okay. Okay. How on earth is this supposed to work, though? I have some things. Was this a thing? This is a thing. Can I use the signet ring on that?
The plates around the picture appear to have unlocked.
Okay.
I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies.
Oh! It was the symbols I needed to note down? Really, the symbols? Not the animals at the date, but the symbols. Oh, you... Okay, so let me just grab one and see. Like, if I do that, what do you even do? Okay, so let's see here. How would I put this? If by a Chinese map, if we're taking the, if we're doing the thing, if we're doing the thing and connecting it with the other map, then north up is south. I mean, of course, I've written down everything else about those animals and not this. Okay, but we don't have this many trophies, though. We don't have this many trophies. We only have 3. So, does that mean I'm only supposed to do the ones closest? No, these ones aren't even close to a country. Huh. Regardless, let's try that. It was, let's see, that's on the other page. The Alaska pen. The Alaska pen, and that was, I believe... No, that is the bear, I think. Isn't that... Huh. Is it supposed to be all of them is now the bear? Is that how it's supposed to work? I don't know. This makes no sense. How? How is that? Okay, let's go back and look at those sexual symbols before I keep progressing with that. Let's go and have a little look at them. Okay, let's look at the bear.
July 1920.
Okay, so that is that
Alaska
sort of.
Peninsula.
Okay, so that bear is then that with the paw. That's fine. I roughly know how the shape of these animals look like, but still. And that one from South Africa looks like this. Okay, great. Quickly, let's double check that I actually remember how a lion's paw looked like, because it would be incredibly annoying to have to go out of the puzzle. That's gonna cost me more time than it will go to do and check it now. And that is indeed a lion's paw with that one and 2 on the side and then 2 up. Okay, great, we have those. Now to figure out how on earth to get them in there. Is there... Because none of those were there. So what is it that I need to do? Do I need to change them around somehow? Can I change them around somehow?
I think that signet ring should be placed here.
Yes, it should. That is what I'm trying to do. Okay, let's see.
The plates around the picture appear to have unlocked. I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies.
You have. And there's the lion. Okay, so lion is here. Bear is here. And this is the deer. So how do I get this to be the right one? Okay, that one is just that. Huh. Huh. How do I... Do these change anyhow? That's a bear. Okay, so is it just showed only the feet that he has caught? Because that wouldn't make sense, but I can try to swap everything.
The lion of Sumatra.
Ah, okay. So if possible, change to an animal that he has. Okay. No. That one, yes. That one, yes. That one there. Nope. That one there.
The Alaskan Kodiak bear.
Okay. Who would figure that out, that just clicking randomly around would help me? There we go.
The African kudu.
There we go.
I heard the sound of a mechanism.
Great, I need a mechanism.
Strange way of protecting one's safe. Triangulating one's hunting sites on a map.
Okay, now we have a lot of different years we could try for this. Okay, probably 1 in the first position. Probably 9. Most of our years seems to be 19 something. But what would he use? What would he use? Oh. What would he use? 19. Wait. He wouldn't. I have so many numbers which is 1920 or 1930s. Would he... Could I have a look at you again? 1587. Could it be the one number that is not 19? Let me do that before I do all the 19 numbers. We have so many books and things we have to go through if so.
These documents
Yes.
are very likely going to help me for the rest of the inquiry.
Do the thing that stands out. Do the thing that stands out first. If you have a pages upon pages with numbers that is 19 and you have one that isn't.
Sovereigns. Some shares for the Southern Railway and some treasury bills. This is not worth much. Hardly enough to justify your robbery. Eton College School Year, 1912-1913. Franklin Clark. School report for Franklin Clark. According to his teachers,
Oh, I would be
Franklin was a
too
good
wicked, but not
student,
John.
but lacked discipline.
I am worried for myself.
Sir Carmichael Clark, Campside, Churston, Devon, to Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel, Salisbury Road, Tsimsha Kowloon, Hong Kong. Campside, 1935, January the 12th.
Okay.
Dear Franklin, first, I wish you a good start to a successful new year. I have received your letter dated December 10th. Thanks for defending my interest against Wang, this robber. Things could have got pretty bad if you weren't a real cold-blooded guy. I envy you for that. Things go on here much as usual. Charlotte is moderately free from pain. I wish one could say more. You may remember Thora Gray. She is a dear girl and a greater comfort to me that I can tell you. I should not have known what to do through this bad time but for her. She has an exquisite taste and shares my passion for Chinese art. No daughter could be a closer or more sympathetic companion. Life has been difficult, but I am glad to feel that here she has a home and true affection. You wrote me you want to stay in China for 1 more year or even longer. I don't object. The longer you stay, the more opportunities you will have to increase our collection. Nonetheless, you should know that we miss you here, and that Charlotte will be gone by the time you come back. I am, dear Franklin, your truly affectionate brother.
Let's see, let's put in that. Request for more beverage.
Charlotte Clark, Campside, Churston, Devon, to Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel, Salisbury Road, Chim Sha Tsui, Kowloon, Hong Kong, Campside, 1935, January 1st. I wish you with all my heart a happy year 1935. Writing my greeting cards, I have affectionate thoughts for you. Always smiling as a child, sailing to distant countries and bringing back to us trunks full of wonder. At home, everything annoys me, starting with this young Thora Sir Carmichael is so fond of. I have nobody to share my feelings with, so I write to you. How can I tell you what happens to me? The simplest way the better. I am doomed. I still have 1 year to live, no more. How do I know? I opened the secret drawer of Carmichael and read a letter not addressed to me. In this letter, Dr. Logan tells my husband in the most direct way the truth he conceals from me. So, I know. But my husband doesn't know I know. Please don't tell him. And if he shares the truth with you, act as you are surprised. Carl will probably speak in his usual convoluted way, but I wanted to be the first to announce it to you. It does matter to me that you are aware of what happens in Campside. Warm regards, Charlotte.
Okay. So he knew that she didn't have long to live because she told him. Let's see. Now I'm done with the mansion. I can go on to the surroundings, which is great. That means we're progressing nicely. Now let's cross our fingers and toes that we won't come straight into the yard and there's a giant puzzle with all the dates from the different books in a certain alphabetical order because I didn't write down the titles of the books, only numbers.
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from?
Let's see. Let's go have a perusal. Oh dear, that fountain does not look good. Oh, that does not look good.
This fountain makes a very relaxing sound.
Yeah, relaxing sound, sure, but the steam coming off it doesn't look like it should be a thing. Also, hello, Crow. What will you tell me? What will you show me?
Clark's greenhouse. It must hold some rare plants.
Well, let's investigate it. This isn't where I was going. I was going to the greenhouse. Can I not enter the greenhouse?
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from?
Can I not go here?
Clark's greenhouse. It must hold some rare plants.
I mean, surely you should be able to go into the greenhouse, right? Guess not. Huh. Oh, they made a plaque for him, though. That's nice. Guess we can look at that.
May you have peace, Carmichael. Charlotte.
Ay. Apparently, one does not simply walk into the greenhouse. Those crows guard it well.
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from?
Where's the smell of carrion coming from? Look at the formal garden, I guess?
I would like to congratulate Clark's gardener. What symmetry.
Indeed. Anything up on the balcony? With a wheelbarrow? The garden barrel thingy? Can we look at that?
It was probably the gardener who lit this fire. Look here. I wonder if someone wanted to get rid of these papers.
Ah, recite his hunting
This
sites in
subject would
Chinese.
probably be useful to me.
Let's see. Can I have a look at them?
If someone has tried to get rid of these documents, they may be important.
They may be, but I can't take them. I can't modify them. So it's not a matter of puzzling them together right now. I'm assuming I'll do that later in the office or something. Okay, let's head back. Check out these things. Oh, there's something. Oh no.
Brown pellets.
No.
Revolting. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
What? What? Why? Why did leave behind that calm side? Found her charming. Tora left a letter behind. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, she left the gifts. She left a letter behind. No. Change out that with that. She stayed behind, so she found that letter? No. Oh. Oh. I mean, doesn't most point-and-click games have that? Okay. Left gifts. She left a letter behind explaining why she left. Is it the dagger is missing? Does not want to be accused of theft. That makes sense. Know why. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Everything that Thorgray has left behind comes from Sir Carmichael's collection. He most probably gave them to her. But she chose to leave them here rather than run the risk of being accused of theft. It is understandable when you know just how much Lady Clark mistrusted her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, poisoner. Poisoned rats at the scene of the crime. Thor had ordered rat poison. There we go. Thorgray never considered poisoning Lady Clark.
Thorgray had no reason to kill someone who only had few months left to live. The poison she ordered was for rats. The gardener must have made good use of it, considering the stinking remains on the path, not far from the property.
Indeed.
I've finished here. I must put the skeleton key back and inform Hastings that I'm returning to London.
Can I finish looking around, please?
Pellets. Tut-tut. The gardener does not follow the alignment.
How dare.
There, that's better. It is symmetrical.
Much better.
There, that's better. It is symmetrical.
Gotta go for the style points once in a while, even in a race. Okay, let's go and call Hastings.
I must put the skeleton key back and inform Hastings that I'm returning to London.
Oh, but where did we find the skeleton key? Are you seriously expecting me to remember where the skeleton key was found? Oh, was that up in
Best
Lady...
to leave her to sleep now.
Wait, so it wasn't there. Where did I find the skeleton key? It wasn't here. It wasn't there. I was sure it was the upstairs that we found the skeleton key. It wasn't here. Can't I just get the telephone?
I must put the skeleton key back and...
Where was the skeleton key found? Was it here? No, this is not where it was. Skeleton key, where were you? Wasn't here. Of all the things that's not costing me time. Was it here? Did she leave it behind? Was that it? Did she leave it behind with her note? No. That's not it. Oh. Okay, come on. Think. Where did you find the key? You found the key. The key was... You found it early, so it must be in the hallway. It must have been in the hallway. Lion was the first thing we did.
April 1925, Aceh Province, Sumatra.
Put the key back behind the lion. There we go.
Perfect. Nothing else is keeping me here.
Put it back. There we go. And then we can call Hastings.
Hello, Hastings. I have finished in Sherdston. I will take the first train. Tell me, do you know how to restore writing on a burned document?
Yes, you just have to soak a cloth with a hydrochloric acid solution and rub the sheet of paper. Then the characters appear.
Bien. You have been of great assistance, Hastings. Could you please order the solution as soon as possible?
Of course, but what documents do you want to read?
You will see, my friend. À ce soir.
Donald Fraser is here. He insisted on waiting to see you.
Oh, I wasn't expecting him here. Well, I guess I can talk to you. First, let's have a look at you.
This man is tired.
I mean, you haven't been sleeping. Dark circles, stubbles. Clothes is still crumpled.
Donald is short of sleep, and it looks as if he didn't even bother to undress before going to bed.
Okay, let's talk. Let's talk.
Mr. Poirot, I don't know why I'm here.
You wanted to talk, and you came to find the only man capable of hearing you.
Mr. Poirot, since Betty's death, I've doubts about myself. I don't know what to do. And I keep having a horrible dream 3 nights in a row.
Have a drink, and tell me about this dream.
It's always the same. I'm on the beach with Betty. I grab her round the throat, and I squeeze, and squeeze until she's dead. Her head falls back, and I see that it's no longer Betty. It's Megan's face.
Have you seen Megan Barnard recently?
Yes, our grief has brought us together. I never really knew her before. She's really quite a remarkable girl. But I would never tell her about my dream.
Why not? Is it her you are attacking in your dream?
No, it's Betty. And once Betty is dead, it's Megan's face that appears in its place.
Very interesting. Let us now try and get our brain cells
Oh, come on,
to
this
work.
is easy. Okay, so let's see. Donald is very much in love with Betty. Donald does not kill Megan in his dream. Donald really likes Megan now. Starting to have feelings for Megan and he feels guilty.
Mr. Fraser, I think that the real meaning of this dream is that you are in love with Megan Barnard.
Please go on. Do.
This dream certainly betrays your guilt.
Oh.
But what do you feel guilty about? Having killed your fiancée? Possible. Or forgetting her very quickly for her sister? Certainly. And this forgetting is perceived as a second death.
So you don't really think I was the one who killed Betty?
I do not exclude this theory. I am simply saying that I do not need to know that fact to explain your dream and your guilt.
Thank you for being frank, Mr. Poirot. You've helped me a great deal. I'm going back to Bexhill. I'll not take any more of your time up.
It is late, Mr. Fraser, and you are tired.
I'll sleep on the train. I like trains. It's easy to sleep rocked by the sound of the wheels.
Poor boy, he seems completely lost.
Well, women seem to like him. I think Megan will take care of him. Oh, I remember. Did you order the product I needed?
Yes, we'll be receiving it tomorrow.
Okay, so tomorrow is when we put together the letter.
Late, and I asked Miss Grey to come tomorrow morning. I have a few questions I wish to ask her. Mademoiselle, I asked you here in order to answer a very important question. Am I right in thinking you said that you did not speak to anyone on the day Sir Carmichael was murdered?
It's the absolute truth.
Yet, Lady Clark maintained that she saw you talking to a stranger on the front doorstep.
Really? She must have been mistaken. Oh, I remember now. I'd forgotten all about it, but it wasn't important. It was just a salesman. One of those traders who sell stockings from door to door.
Can you describe him to me?
Medium size, glasses, dark suit, and a felt hat. Not the sort of man you notice. Completely harmless. That's why I forgot all about him.
Nothing else?
He was very hesitant and shy. Usually door-to-door salesmen are very confident, but he wasn't.
You did not leave Churston willingly, I believe.
I don't wish to lie. Lady Clark did not appreciate my presence. And Franklin cannot go against the wishes of a sick lady. He is a good man, and he worries a great deal about his sister-in-law.
I noticed that you left some personal belongings behind at Churston. It was too risky for you to keep these objects, am I correct?
Risky? What was the risk?
Say that the curse of the dragon is on her?
You know very well what Lady Clark might have said if you had kept these objects.
Indeed. These objects were gifts. But Lady Clark would have been convinced that I'd stolen them. By returning them, I put an end to such evil gossip.
Bien. I must ask you one last question. Please reply frankly with either yes or no. If Lady Clark had died, would you have agreed to marry Sir Carmichael if he'd asked you?
How dare you ask such a question? Sir Carmichael treated me just like his daughter. And all that I ever felt him was affection and gratitude, nothing else.
Thank you, mademoiselle. I will not keep you any longer.
I met Thora Grey on the stairs. Her cheeks were ablaze, and she appeared to be deeply hurt. Poirot, have you offended the poor girl again? Do you have good reasons for accusing her?
I accused her of nothing, Hastings. I simply asked her an important question she did not answer. Let us see if we can answer it for her.
Okay, let's see.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Would Thor have married Sir Carmichael if he had lived? She was close. Offered her a brooch. But she likes Franklin. I don't think so. Maybe not that one. No. Okay, let's see. So Carmichael found Thor charming, but that was charming in the sense that, you know, daughter charming. I do believe that was the letter said. Like, it was like having a daughter, or no daughter would have been any better. So I don't think that. I think he offered her a brooch just to be nice. Well, let's see. I mean, sure, he found her charming, but again, it's like a daughter. I don't like this. I wish it said more. Evasive? Okay, Thor wanted to be married, and certainly... Okay, I didn't think so.
You must know how to read between the lines, Hastings. When Sir Carmichael refers to paternal affection, he's lying to himself. Read this engraving on the brooch. A dark dragon for an angel with glossy hair.
Ah, true.
These are the words of a lover, not a father. Lady Clark was not wrong.
What if Sir Carmichael had fallen in love with his secretary? That doesn't mean that she forced him to do so.
True, there are extenuating circumstances. She is a penniless orphan. But she's calculating. Just look how she avoided it when asked if she would have married Clark.
I see. You think she seduced Sir Carmichael for her own gain, and that now she is doing the same with his brother. Poirot, your world is a very dark place.
Do not get carried away, mon ami. We have another more important matter to settle.
Letter puzzle.
Really?
Yes, would you believe that Miss Grey taught me something new? Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Another common point between the murders. There was a stocking box. A gift of stockings. And stockings.
It's perfectly clear, Hastings, perfectly clear. Indeed, a stocking seller visited Andover, Bexhill and Churston on the day of each murder. We have our suspect. This should be of interest to Jap.
So should we perhaps telephone him? Is that it? Yeah, telephone Jap.
Chief Inspector, we are looking for a stocking salesman.
I see you have a suspect.
Yes. Contact all the stocking wholesalers who may employ him.
Your suspect is a salesman?
No, he does not take orders. He sells door to door.
Right. The hunt is on.
Excellent. What? Blobber has taken a second hint? Is it on a puzzle I've already finished, or is he ahead of me again?
Are you leaving, Mr. Cust?
Yes, I'm going to Cheltenham.
Indeed, who knows?
You shouldn't travel today. You don't look very well.
I have to. I have engagements. I must
Oh, well.
respect them.
No rest for the wicked anyway. Gotta keep pushing forward. Gotta keep in my mind that he's either in front of me or right behind me.
And why don't you go and get it yourself?
Très bien. What's going on? I've never known Hastings to be so disagreeable.
Indeed, very peculiar. Okay, so let's see. We now have updates in a book. Can't be bothered with that. Go and collect the post. I believe Hastings might be having a bit of a crush on a certain lady and doesn't like the fact that we are pointing out that not all beautiful women are naturally innocent.
Poor Mr. Poirot. I'm quite sorry for you. If at first you don't succeed, try again. We've a long way to go still. Typery? No, that comes later. Letter T. The next little incident will take place in Doncaster on September 11th. So long. ABC.
Okay.
I should compare this letter with the one on my desk which I received earlier to see if it does indeed come from the same person.
I mean, the A is correct. The I is. I couldn't quite see the W. I don't have time to consult the timeline. Okay, let's see.
Let us examine this more closely.
The I?
Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects.
Come on, I?
Yes, this I is weird.
And the I over here is also the same?
The I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Let's see, the A is still roughly the same?
Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual.
Not as visible anymore, though.
That's right. The A characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects.
They do have the same defects, but this one looks a bit
to
more
find
bold.
Some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Like, this looks slightly bolder and thicker than this one, so it's not quite identical, I would say, but who am I to argue with Poirot? Let's see. Tiny W has been a thing. But there we go, there's the tiny W.
The W is not printed properly.
There we go.
Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter. Hastings, he strikes tomorrow. Chief Inspector Japp?
He's on another line. Can I take a message?
Yes, please, mademoiselle. It is from Hercule Poirot. Tell him ABC strikes tomorrow in Doncaster. He must call me back.
Very well, sir.
That switchboard operator sounded so unimpressed.
Yeah, now I'm going to see what I can find from these burnt documents. I've received the product I need.
No
Hastings,
haste.
if you do not mind,
No
I
alarm.
would like you to take a few notes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so decipher those.
I've finished with this subject.
Oh, okay. Where are we gonna do the thing then? Is it over here? No, this is not this thing. Decipher the burned documents.
If someone has tried to get rid of these documents, they may be important.
Can I put them on my desk, perhaps? Is that it? Do I need to go back to my desk and then put documents on desk? Huh. Oh, are we leaving to do it?
So, how are you getting on? I'm ready to take notes.
Well, I would love to take notes. No, this is the same thing. This we done been through. But I want to do it at my desk. Why?
If someone has tried to get rid of this...
I can't modify them here, so it's not there. Use document with desk. No? Use document with table. Use document with Poirot. Use document with Hastings. Use the little table over here.
Now, down to work.
Okay. Fine, this little
What
table.
of this needs putting in order a little.
Because that was obvious. Let's see. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, this is gonna be miserable. There's no letters. Oh, there's no proper letters. Okay, that one I can't move. I can move everything else. So let's try and find this bit, which is supposed to be with words slightly singed in a round curve. Hopefully. This one is on the other side, so it can't be this one. Also, how am I supposed to do this? Like, just plain physically, because I can't lift them beyond this area. Huh. That seems very strange to me. Okay, so I can move them up there. Oh, so the different pages.
This page is finished.
Oh, okay, so it's separate
That's
pages.
done. 3 more to go.
Okay, in that case, I'm done with it. That case, it's easier. Let's see. That one goes there.
These should be placed here.
This one would be about there. This one would be there.
This page is child's play.
Upon this one goes there. And this one goes here.
This page is finished. And that's 2 done.
Indeed, it is 2 done. Let's see. That one there. This one is the bulk of that, isn't it? No. That one's there. This one is at the bottom then. This one is on the outer edge, and this is in the middle.
This page is finished.
Okay, I was faring a lot
Only
worse
one
with
more.
this. I thought it was gonna be one big puzzle rather than many. Oh no, I think you probably up there. You're gonna be downwards, so there, and then this there, which leaves this open, and then you can end it with that.
This page is finished. All
That
the
looks
pages
good.
are reconstructed.
Okay, and then
A dry cloth.
pour this on the dry cloth.
A bottle of solvent. The cloth is now soaked with solvent.
And then we use the cloth on the papers.
Got it! Make a note, Hastings, make a note. Mrs. Alice Asher, shop owner in Andover. Tracheitis, hemoptysis, prescribed laudanum.
I got it. Look. Poirot, where on earth did you find these files?
On a fire at the bottom of the garden at campsite.
All right, but where did the person who burned them find them?
I know. Come on. These are the missing documents from the A to D folders.
Alice Asher, shopkeeper in Andover. Tracheitis, hemoptysis, chronic cough with loss of blood. Prescribed laudanum-based cough medicine.
Great. And then B?
Betty Barnard, waitress in Bexhill. Chronic bronchitis causing dysphonia. Advised to stop smoking. Alexander Bonaparte Cust. While wounded, mustard gas and head trauma. Pulmonary emphysema. Hemoptysis. Coughing fits with blood. Suffers from absences and amnesia. Dick Dudley Dunbar, owner of the Black Swan Hotel in Doncaster. Asthmatic, heart disease, heart condition. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay. Can do. Where do the burned documents come from? Mrs. Asher's visible. All victims out from throat. Documents come from Dr. Clark's patient records.
The burned documents are medical records, and without a doubt they come from Clark's archives. First of all, because all the patients have throat conditions. And secondly, their name starts with either A, B, C, or D, and it is precisely the files that match these letters that have been tampered with.
But why burn these files? How come the names of the 2 victims appear on them? And who are the 2 other patients?
These are very good questions.
They're very, very good questions. And we know the answer. Now quickly, to the telephone.
Hello, Poirot?
Any news, Chief Inspector?
You wanted a stocking seller? We have one. Reported by his landlady who thought he was behaving suspiciously. He has the most unbelievable name.
Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
Yes, Alexander Bonaparte Cust. How did you guess? Poirot, you have magical powers.
No,
It's
we're just
a
good.
serious lead. I called Doncaster. A person matching Cust's description has been seen at the station. He got off the train from London, but after that, nobody knows where he went.
Look for him at the Black Swan Hotel.
What? How do you know he's there?
Trust me, Chief Inspector.
You appear to be very sure of yourself. Very well. I'll call the Black Swan straight away. The owner is going to get a shock when he learns that there's a murderer under his roof.
Maybe call instead of Jap?
Chief Inspector, I would rather call myself.
As you wish. Please go ahead.
Hello, the Black Swan. Hercule Poirot here. May I speak to the owner?
Speaking. Dick Dudley Dunbar. How can I help you?
Is there Mr. Cust among your guests?
He arrived today. Shall I call him for you?
Oof.
No, it is you I wish to speak with.
But who is this Cust?
Have you heard about the ABC case?
Oh, yes. I must say I'm not all that reassured. What with my name starting with D and all that?
You're in danger. Beware of your guest.
Do you think that Cust might be dangerous? Oh, I do hope you're wrong. He seems so harmless, you know. Oh, yes, completely harmless.
We must not overestimate the danger. After all, we are not absolutely sure he is guilty.
What should I do?
Keep an eye on him.
Watch him. If he leaves the hotel, watch where he is heading. I'll call the police in Doncaster immediately. When they arrive, keep out of the way.
Oh, indeed. I shall keep out of the way. I have a bad heart, you see, and a big shot could kill me. Thank you for having warned me.
Oh dear, so Jap could have accidentally killed him.
Have some good news? The police in Doncaster have caught our man at the Black Swan Hotel. They're sending him here by train. While we're waiting to question Cust, we could search his room in London.
Where does he live?
The Marbury Guest House.
I'll see you there.
Yes, but start without me. First of all, I have to sort out a few details for Cust's transfer.
I understand. À bientôt. Hastings, we are making good progress. Please go and search the room of our #1 suspect.
With pleasure. I did have a dentist appointment, but I'll cancel.
The dentist. So that is why you were so nervous and bad-tempered.
A visit to the dentist is never an enjoyable prospect.
Couldn't agree more.
But an unavoidable one. Go to your appointment, Hastings. I will manage on my own. To Marbury Guest House, please.
Okay, time to venture into London. Not the best of guest houses, but certainly not the worst.
It looks like I've found the real master of this house.
Who are you, kitty? Your fancy cushion and your little piece of string.
There is no need to worry about the household cat. I'm sure that Mrs. Marbury lets it do what it pleases.
How do you do? You must be Mr. Hercule Poirot. Chief Inspector Jap told me that you might be coming.
Madame, you may be of valuable help to me.
It would be my pleasure to help you. Will there be some journalists there as well?
I think you might even be interviewed. You are a key witness.
I've suspected him for some time, but he appeared so harmless. Oh yes, sometimes he got angry and waved his arms about. But even then, he wasn't frightening. And he was as gentle as a lamb again immediately afterwards. It was only this morning that I understood. He told me he was going to Cheltenham, but my daughter saw him at Euston Station. It's not the right station. To get to Cheltenham, you have to take the train from Paddington. And what's more, Mr. Cuss left behind an ABC with Doncaster underlined. As you can imagine, when I saw that, I called Scotland Yard.
Well done. You were right. He did go to Doncaster.
So I was right to warn the police.
Tell me, did you have any other reason to suspect Mr. Cust?
Well, he's odd. Sometimes he coughs really loudly and complains that his throat is burning, and sometimes he talks to himself and stares into space. He told me that it was because of a wound he got in the war. His head hasn't been quite right since, he said.
Oh.
And then he was in Churston when that millionaire got murdered. I found his train ticket when I washed his coat. He didn't want me to wash his shirt. He washed it himself. But I did see big brown stains on it.
Where were the stains on the shirt?
On the collar and on the buttonholes.
Cut used to travel for his work. Is that correct?
Oh, it wasn't for pleasure. He was always unwell on trains. But he had to sell his stockings around England. I have to respect my engagements, he used to say.
Do you know where Cust was at the time of the murder in Andover and Bexhill? On June the 21st and July the 25th?
No, I don't know. That was a while ago, you know.
But surely you keep a register.
It won't do you much good. Mr. Cuss rents his room for the year. If he goes away for a few days, I have no reason to make a note of it. Ah! I remember one thing. Bexhill's by the sea, right?
Indeed, it is a large seaside resort.
Well, as it happens, at the start of July, Mr. Cust asked me to repair his bathing dress. Suspicious, huh?
Very interesting. Please continue.
I also forgot to say that he started buying newspapers that talked about the case.
About what point?
When did he start buying the newspapers?
Let's see. I think it was just after the millionaire's murder in Churston. He didn't seem all that interested before that.
I see.
That will be all for now. I'm going to take a look at his room.
Yeah. Take the key on the counter.
Oh. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm really enjoying playing this as a race. It does put that little bit of added pressure on it.
Register. Mrs. Marbury may have been hiding something from me.
I don't think my register will help you. Mr. Cuss rents his room all year. If he goes away for a few days, I have no reason to make a note of it.
Okay, so I need you to leave in that case.
The truth is becoming apparent, and I have something to say to Mrs. Marbury.
Really? What? I didn't have time to see anything. What about Mr. Marbury? She saw one watching his blessings say. Sublets her room to other guests when her usual residents are away. Oh, sneaky. Sneaky. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's observe her a bit. But yeah, very much happy that we decided to do this race thing. Let's see. Smooth movements and, you know, nice relaxed posture. Nothing to worry about.
Mrs. Marbury is in a good mood. She's working very precisely in producing incredibly thin peel. Mrs. Marbury, if I am to believe the register, you rented room 306 to a certain Mr. Fishman on the day of the Bexhill murder. Room 306 is Cust's room. Can you explain yourself?
Yes, I remember. Just for one night as a favour. Mr. Custer was away, all my other rooms were taken, and poor Mr. Fishman had nowhere to go.
No, Blobber has not mentioned anything about what he would choose for a dictator game at all. Be understanding.
It doesn't matter, provided that you remembered to change the sheets.
Oh, do you think so?
It kinda is, because, but there's no point in disturbing you. Let's head upstairs. I mean, as a person who is very much on a, I wouldn't say daily, but weekly engaged in a debate of which is the greater potato peeler, I have many opinions on this matter.
Shirts. Everything has been washed very well.
Oh.
The Bexhill Daily paper, dated from the day of the Bexhill murder.
Let's see.
Most probably the basting dress repaired by Mrs. Marbury's expert hands.
And
all the main articles referring to the ABC case are here, from the Churston murder onwards. Nothing before that date.
Well, I prefer a potato peeler that I think I got it from my mother when I moved out, and I seem to remember she got it from a Tupperware party ages ago. But basically, it has a very similar shape as like a Norwegian cheese slicer, with that you have kind of like this Y fork and then the blade between it, and you just roll that one down.
ABC guys, enough to sign about a dozen murders.
So I prefer that one.
ABC guys, enough to sign about a dozen murders.
Yeah, kind of looks like a slingshot, basically. Can't I look at the address though? Why isn't this a point of interest to you?
It's closed.
Yes, it is closed, but do I need to find something to open it with? I don't. Maybe I can find something else. That's my preferred potato peeler. And then the debate is then over that and the traditional one with, you know, just one straight up, more based on the knife.
A long-bladed knife. A murderer's weapon. This object would probably be useful to me.
Now I can open the box. Hooray!
John Milligan, Managing Director, Silky Legs, Frederick Street, Leicester. To A.B. Cust, Marbury's Guest House, 1935, May the 21st. Dear Sir, further to our letters dated 5th and 10th of the month, we confirm we are you as door-to-door salesman, according to the conditions stated in our previous letters. We will send you the articles by mail and also a Redfield typewriter you will be using for every business letter. Regarding the schedule of your rounds, please do as following. June 21, Andover. Arrive by train the 20th in the evening and get a room at Station Hotel. Start your turn in the north part of the town. This letter establishes that Cust went to Andover, but the ink has hidden the destinations of his other trips. I know from Mrs. Marbury that he went to Churston. I just have to show that he went to Bexhill, and I will have proved that he was present at all the crime scenes. Cust is parsimonious. He keeps his pencils and sharpens them until there is nothing left. It is clear that he did not grow up in luxury.
But yeah, I always feel like the Y-shaped potato peeler gives me a much better both grip, it goes faster, and I'm less likely to cut myself. Whereas the older older model
It's an
is
ABC.
slower for me. So much slower for me.
Did Cust drop it when he opened the window? Or was it Mrs. Marbury while she was cleaning? I have to get the ribbon. How am I going to do it?
Let's see. Gotta get the ribbon. Can I use the knife on it? Can I cut it?
The left-hand heel has been removed.
Okay, and can I do the other thing with the other one?
The right-hand heel has been removed.
Oh, plenty of people manage to cut themselves with potato peelers.
Something is blocking the ribbon. And here is the ribbon. Let us see if it was indeed used to write the letters sent by ABC.
Of course, it also matters if you're one of those people who peel away from you or towards you. I do towards me, so that's why it's also the possibility to get to cut yourself. I'm sure if you're one of the people who always peels things away from you, then it's
all the letters announcing the murders were written on Cust's typewriter.
Plot thickens. Now go back here. And now let's use the knife to open this box.
This knife is very useful. Who knows? Maybe it never cut anything other than string. Stockings.
Okay, there we go. Search cust rooms. Okay, so I'm not done with it yet. Let's check the bed.
How hopeful. This place is a real mess.
It's not that messy. I mean, it's slightly. Okay, fine. That part is a bit of a mess. I guess for a neat freak like Poirot, it's horrible.
At least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance.
Yeah, it's misaligned. This will be a vital clue to solve this murder. Very vital clue.
Laudanum Cameron's Chemists. Laudanum, a medicine for coughs. It is what Dr. Clark prescribed for Mrs. Asher. This subject would probably be useful to me.
Okay, then we keep it. What about this other thing?
Diethyl barbituric acid, Johnson Company. I know this medicine. It is a powerful sedative. This subject would probably be useful to me.
Okay, that's fine. That's 2 out of 2 there. We got some more ego points. Let's use the mirror. Get some more ego points while we think. Did I get a new objective? No. So I'm still investigating this area. But I can't seem to find anything more to look at, though. Am I done? No, it still says search his room.
It is not the right time.
Is it up here? No, we've already done the closet. Already done the closet. Let's try solving this. What more do I need? I have all the things I need, so... At the time of the Bexell murder, he was in Bexell. There we go. Cust was probably in Bexhill on the day of the murder.
The register shows that Cust did not sleep at the guest house on the day of the murder. Where was he? Bexhill. The Bexhill paper reveals it. Cust bought this newspaper in Bexhill on July the 25th.
Okay, that's more ego points for me. Okay, there's something more about the bed, apparently.
The least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance.
Okay, maybe not. Is it just the same
The
thing?
least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance.
And what am I missing? What am I missing? We've done the desk. Wait, is it that fact that he's been blocking the sink? Am I supposed to look at the sink? No, doesn't seem like it. It seemed to have locked itself a little bit. There we go. All the boxes I've looked
guys. Enough to sign about a dozen murders.
Oh, what am I missing? There we go, blood spatter on the floor. That's what I'm missing.
Stain. It could be blood, but goodness knows how long it has been there. No use continuing the inspection of this room. I've seen all there is to see.
Ah, but that would mean touching the things. Touching things that other people have used and slept in. That doesn't seem very hygienic. Not a common man.
Goodbye, Mrs. Marbury. Thank you for your help.
Bye.
Ah, Chief Inspector. I was about to leave.
Good evening, Chief Inspector. Welcome. Please excuse me, I must go to the kitchen. I'll leave the key of Mr. Cust on the counter.
I'm sorry I'm late. I've spent ages with the Doncaster police. And you?
I have established one fact. On 3 occasions, Cust was at the scene on the day of the crimes.
Anything else we can look around for? Only talk to Jap. Okay, fine. Let's have a look at you.
I best talk to Jap.
Fine, I don't get to look at you. Just talk.
I've listened closely to what you have to say, Poirot. For me, there's no doubt Cust is guilty. Do you have any element that might prove the contrary?
That is what we're going to look for. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, this should be good. Was it possible for Cross to have killed the 3 victims? He brings up blood when he coughs. He had blood on him. Oh no, that is was it possible. He has a typewriter. He was in Bexhill. And he was in Andover. No? He has the ABC guides. And he has the knife. Was in Charleston, was in Bexhill, was in Andover. There we go. Cust was in all the towns. So it is possible. Are there any common points between Cust and the killer? He has the knife, he has the typewriter, and he has the books. That is the point. He could indeed have committed the crimes in that respect. Is his behavior suspicious? Yes. He had blood on him, he lied about his destination, and he keeps newspapers. that implies that he is guilty.
The evidence against Cust is overwhelming. His presence at the scenes, the knife, the blood-stained shirt, the ABCs in a box.
C'est vrai. However, the blood Mrs. Marbury saw on Cust's shirt may have been his own. According to his medical records, he suffers from hemoptysis. The murderer cut Sir Carmichael's throat from behind, and the blood spurted outwards. You would expect the murderer's shirt to be stained on the sleeves, not on the buttonholes, yet we see quite the opposite. You would expect the murderer to keep the newspaper articles about his crimes. But Cust's collection starts in Cheston, as if it discovered the case rather late.
I agree it's troubling, but it doesn't change my mind. There's small details that we should be able to clear up by questioning Cust.
When can we talk to him?
Doncaster is sending him to us on the first train.
Are they questioning him already?
He says he can't remember a thing.
It's plausible. Doctors say he suffers from absences and amnesia. Mrs. Marbury has confirmed this.
He may have done the murders in an altered state.
A familiar situation.
It's not enough to clear his name. Dr. Thompson insisted that even if you don't know what you're doing, you never commit a murder without wanting to.
Très intéressant. I shall remember that.
Right. I'll go and examine the suspect's room.
Chief Inspector, I took the liberty of removing a few clues to examinatum.
All right, we'll discuss them tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to see if you've missed something.
It's just they're so friendly compared to like Sherlock and Lestrade. Like if Sherlock went up to Lestrade and say, "Hey, I just took some of the evidence home. I'm gonna have a look at it," Lestrade would have a fit. Whereas Poirot and Japp is like, "Yeah, sure, help yourself." Okay, let's have a look at you. I mean, yes, Lestrade is a sickle for the
man
words.
is not in good shape.
Okay, you have clear, lowered eyes, shaking hands, and you're breathing quite heavily, but that doesn't seem to be the thing, is it? It seems to be around here somewhere, but that is just a shaking hands.
What do you want from me?
Is it anything else in the room? Like over here, roughly. Like the tense shoulders. You look like you have tense shoulders. Crumpled jacket. There we go.
He is worried and very tired. And other police have been hard on him.
Too much stress these days, Wick but not John. Too much stress, not enough fun.
What do you want from me?
Present yourself.
Good day, Mr. Cust. I am Hercule Poirot.
Ah, you're the detective.
Talk about the letters.
Yes, I am the person you have been sending the letters to.
I didn't write these letters. I've already said so.
Très bien. You did not hide these letters. But the question remains, who did?
Probably one of my enemies. I have many.
I do not believe that you are capable of murder, Mr. Cust.
I hope not.
Sure, talk about the army
You
days.
suffered during the war.
It's true. I was wounded. I suffered. But the army was the only place I didn't feel inferior. No questions. Just orders to follow.
But ever since you were wounded, you have absences, bouts of amnesia.
And headaches.
Professor Clark treated you.
Yes, a few years ago he really helped me with my burned throat.
Of course, you never considered killing a doctor who took such good care of you.
No, never.
Do you deny being at the scene of the crimes?
So? There was no harm in being there. It was only for my work.
Indeed it was.
You were seen at all the crime scenes.
Yes, I was. I travel a lot, but not for pleasure. I am terribly unwell in trains. But I had to respect my engagements. My employer gave me very precise written instructions about the towns I had to visit.
Easy there.
Let's see. The company you claim to work for, Silky Legs, has never heard of you. And as for these letters they sent you, they were written on your own typewriter.
The company sent me the typewriter when I started working for them.
Yes, but the letters were received afterwards. So it would appear that you typed them before sending them to yourself.
I don't remember. Good God! I don't know what's happening to me. My head hurts terribly.
I got some ego points. Let's see. Question cost more. Okay, let's see. Let's put that down. Let's have a little look at him. See how he's doing.
He is prey to a terrible anxiety. Is it remorse? Or simply the pressure of the questioning and the train journey?
Let's try more.
He is in no state to reply.
No state to reply. Do we need to calm him down?
He is prey to a terrible anxiety. Is it remorse? Or simply the pressure of
we
the
kept the
questioning
things.
and the train journey?
We kept the things. His medicines. A little bit of laudanum, perhaps? Can I give you this?
Laudanum, a medicine for coughs. It is.
Oh no, that is the cough medicine. Don't need the cough medicine. I need the sedative stuff. Here you go. Have some of this.
Take this. It will help you.
Also, hi there, Pepper Ann. Hope you're having a good day.
Oh, I think I'll be fine.
Let us see, Cust. Look at me. You know very well that you committed these murders?
Yes, I know.
But I'm not wrong in saying that you do not know why you committed them.
No, I don't.
Let us leave Cust alone. He's at the end of his tether.
Okay, very well. We are going to talk to Jap then.
And what conclusions have you drawn?
Plenty. It might help us to understand him a little better.
Oh, now we have the Kaiser mustache. We're getting all the mustaches.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, let's see. What do we know about Cust's health? He has problem with his throat. He suffers from absence and there. Cust is mentally and physically weak, not really the profile of a killer. Are any clues that do not support Cust's guilt in the Cust murder? Yes. There is the blood, and where the blood was. You would expect the murderer's shirt to be stained on the sleeves, not the buttonholes, yet we see quite the opposite. And then Let's see. He had really no reason to kill them. There. He did not appear to recognize Poirot. There's a shadow of doubt across it's guilty. Had no reason to kill them, and he says that he didn't write the letter. So that puts him at not guilty.
I don't see any clearer than before. This is worse.
There is one point to highlight. C'est curieux. Cust admits that he killed, but he does not know why. What did Dr. Thompson say? Even if Cust killed while in an altered state, it still must have been his deepest desire. He must have had a motive.
Let's keep it simple. Never mind his motive. He confessed.
But you see, he can confess to anything and everything. He denied the murders and then confessed to them. He confirmed that he never typed the letters. Then, with great ease, I managed to get him say quite the opposite.
Come on, he behaved like a guilty man. He lied to his landlady.
Because deep down he believes himself guilty. From the papers, he noticed that he had always been at the scene of the crimes. He must think that he killed and then simply forgot what he had done.
How can you be so sure?
Let us look at his psychological profile. You will understand my point of view. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
No. Only guilty men lie to their landladies. That's a sacred bond. Sacred bond of trust. Okay, indeed. Let us look again at this murder as you please. You see that the murderer carried it out in perfection. Blood on him. That's very sloppy. Okay, not that. I mean, I would say that works. He's more like mediocre. He likes following orders. He's not particularly... He's not the one making the plans, just following them through. Self-confident? No. He is not confident. Seducer? Not really. Without any charm, though, is harsh. I mean, that's harsh. Let's see. Kill meticulous and prepares his crime meticulous. Never forget to leave his intriguing signature behind. I mean, that is not very thing, but I guess it's this one. He is cold. Obviously, reminds us a bit of Miss Asher and Mr. Fraser by sending crime the murder's making sure he's accused. It's not very generous. It's measly.
You see? Cust's character is quite the opposite of the murderer's.
But if he's a madman, can we really talk about his character?
You know very well that our murderer does not behave like a psychopath. Apart from the signature, there is no ritual repetition in the choice of victims.
Very well, you're right as always. So we have no confession, no culprit, no suspects, nothing. And all that after 2 months of inquiry? What should I do?
Have faith. Just give me 24 hours.
Okay, we have 24 hours. Certainly hope to have cleared this up by then. Go home.
To Whitehaven, please.
Let's see.
Cust's arrest is a great success for you, Poirot. It's all clear now, except maybe 1 or 2 details.
Details. Ah, mon ami. The devil is in the detail, as we say.
Excuse me?
Patience, Hastings. Everything will be clear once our guests arrive. Best be prepared. Slip a revolver into your pocket before they do.
A revolver? But Poirot, what are you afraid of?
Trust me. It is important you carry a weapon for this meeting. I will lend you mine.
What about telling me what you have in mind?
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait one moment, I will bring you my weapon.
I mean, Jeb probably has someone up from above that's hounding him to make an arrest.
What about telling me what you have in mind?
How about
Surtout
not?
pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait one moment, I will bring you my weapon.
Where's the weapon? Do we get any clues? Bring the revolver. Where's the revolver? If I were Poirot, where would I keep my revolver? Probably in my desk. Is there a revolver here? Okay, that's an achievement, sure. Let's see. I would imagine it would be in here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Is it on top of here? No, this is just the ABC.
Churston, Devon, population 500 inhabitants. Hourly of trains. London, Churston. Trains of evening. London, 6:45 p.m. Newton about 11 a.m. Churston, 11:45 a.m.
Oh, come on, don't tell me you're
London,
reading everything.
5 p.m. Newton about 6:08
I should
a.m.
never click this.
Churston, 7:15 a.m.
Okay, there, thank goodness. It's over. Hastings Huntings?
Hastings' photo album. He is very proud of his bag.
Okay, didn't get us any closer to finding the revolver. How is this the part that I'm getting stumped at, is finding the darn revolver? Let's see. Is the revolver over here?
The white
There we go.
ammunition are blank cartridges. The others are real bullets.
Oh, do we use real bullets or do we use the other ones?
The revolver is loaded with blancs. I still have time to choose real bullets. The revolver is loaded with real bullets. I still have time to choose blancs.
Oh. Okay, I guess I don't have time anymore. Real bullets it is. We're probably killing someone. It's fine.
What about telling me what you have in mind?
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait one moment, I will bring you my weapon.
Okay. There you go. You're shooting someone.
Voila, I entrust you with my weapon. It has hardly been used, it is almost new.
I mean, doesn't mean that Hastings has to shoot to kill. Well, too late to change my mind
Chief
now.
Inspector,
I already
is
given
that
him the
you?
revolver.
Yes. Sorry, but we haven't found anything.
Have you checked the typewriter?
And the packaging, the letter, and the ribbon reel. We've only found prints left by Cust and his landlady.
Well, never mind, I shall make do.
So, are you still going to hold your meeting?
Of course, Chief Inspector. I can hear my guest coming up the stairs.
You know, Hastings has had a nice life. He married, he left us.
Mr. Poirot?
Since Cust's arrest, I thought it was all done and dusted. Miss Gray formally identified him, as well as Miss Barnard.
Yes, and the stockings he saw drove the same brand as the ones found at my aunt's.
This is all true. However, a case is not closed if some questions remain open. And one question is, why did the murderer send me his letters? Why did he challenge me, Hercule Poirot?
Perhaps he wanted to play with you, to taunt you.
Xenophobia? Maybe he didn't like you because you're foreign.
I may be wrong, but maybe by provoking you, he was looking for glory?
All these theories should be studied. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, there we go. I mean, Hastings won't do well in jail. We all know that. Hastings is not going to do well in that sort of environment. Let's see. Why did the murderer make a mistake in the address? Okay, no. Oh, that one is, there we go. No? Oh, no, why did he make? Body is still warm. Save the murderer. Error in the address caused it to be a little late. Don't think it's this. Always warned him. There we go. Mistake was intentional. Why did the killer send this letter to Hercule Poirot? For glory? No. Body's still warm. No. I mean, neither of these things, though. He wrote to Poirot because his address is not very well known. Really? I would assume it was fairly well known.
You might like to explain your reasoning again.
Of course. First of all, remember that the murderer made it a rule to always post his letter before the murder. He never digressed from that rule. However, in Churston, he encountered a problem. The village has only 500 inhabitants. With advance warning, it would be easy to arrest him. Therefore, the murderer delayed his letters deliberately with the wrong address. The plan wouldn't have worked if he'd sent it to Scotland Yard or the papers because everybody knows their addresses. The mistake would have been corrected and the letter would have been on time. That is why the murderer chose me as the recipient.
I see.
Because for his plan to succeed, it was necessary for at least one of the letters to have a wrong address and get lost. It was very cunning.
Absolument. It is a very subtle plan. It matches the profile we have drawn up of him perfectly. That of an intelligent, daring and calculating murderer.
But that's not how you describe Cust.
You are quite right, mademoiselle. Like you, I find it hard to believe that this dull character is the clever murderer we are looking for.
Do madmen... I mean, if he's mad, he might have two very different sides.
No doubt. But the murderer is not mad. All the specialists agree that he does not have the profile of a psychopath.
But if Cust is not guilty, how do you explain his presence at the scene of the crimes?
Mr. Clark, the answer to your question is in the medical records of your brother's patients. Documents which Cust most certainly did not have access to. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
I mean, honestly, I'd be impressed with anyone who just even writes letters these days. Far too few people do. What do we know about Cust? Easily influenced. Door-to-door salesman. Or we could go with... Has never been in the war since the same. No, that's not it. I mean, we do know that. doesn't try to overcome it, though. I mean, we know that he's easily influenced. He wanted to see the crime scenes? No. I feel like that one's right. Didn't want to go swimming. I mean, he was wounded in the war. It's not a coincidence. That's not about Cust at all. Oh dear. Oh dear. I mean, we know that he's easily influenced. How is that not correct? And we know he got injured in the war. Okay, there we go. Cust is mentally fragile and easy to manipulate. Finally. I certainly hope so. I certainly hope I'm about to have show who the real murderer is. Present at the crime scene. He's a door-to-door salesman. Wanted to go swimming? He doesn't want to see the crime scenes. I mean, it's not a coincidence. He's being sent there, but I don't have the options to do that. These are the wrong ones, that I'm pretty sure of. And these were not the two right ones. No. No. Okay, I don't think this would be it. Cust's presence at the crime scene. No. Because he does suffer from the travel sickness, and he would rather travel anyway without train. It's just that it's more practical. So I can't imagine that. Cust buys newspapers. He wanted to see the crime scene. I don't think he has any interest in seeing the crime scenes. He was in the medical thing, but I'm not sure how that's related to that particular question. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh wait, how to explain? Okay, so how to explain not from his point of view, but from the murderer point of view? If I tried that, then it would be the medical records and the burnt. That would explain it. Cust was manipulated. The killer made him go to the towns. There we go. There we go.
Dr. Clark's patient's records provided a very useful list of potential victims, sorted by alphabetical order. The killer definitely used it, explaining the fact that all the victims were former patients of the doctor. It is this fact that clears Cust once and for all, because he never had access to these records. So how did he happen to be at the scene of the crimes? Either the murderer sent him there, or Cust was following him closely. Cust's highly suggestible nature leads us to the second hypothesis. The murderer was manipulating him. He systematically sent Cust to the towns where he was going to strike, so that the suspicion would land on the poor man's shoulder.
That's evil. What sort of killer could have such a plan? And what would he gain from 3 completely different murders?
Indeed, it seems unlikely that the same murderer committed all the crimes. What should we take from that?
Just one murder is of interest to the killer.
Just one murder was of benefit to the murderer. The others were just diversions. On reflection, there is only one conclusion. The murderer killed once out of interest, and twice to divert our attention. This reasoning points at 2 potential culprits.
Franklin Clark.
Donald Fraser?
Yes, mademoiselle. That's good thinking. Mr. Fraser may have killed Betty out of jealousy. Mr. Clark may have killed his brother in order to inherit his large fortune. Both have a motive.
But Donald did not have access to Dr. Clark's records.
Please allow me to disagree with you, mademoiselle.
Let's see. Donald's firm worked for Dr. Clark.
He works for Court and Brunskill, one of whose clients was Sir Carmichael.
It doesn't prove that I went to Comeside.
No, it doesn't.
You could have done it. and you may have used the opportunity to take a look at Sir Carmichael's records.
You think I'm guilty?
You or Mr. Franklin Clark?
That's ridiculous.
Both of you have a motive. The question is, which of you has the profile that most resembles the murderer?
More profiling!
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay. Let's see. Is Donald clever? Let's see. He is bright. Hillwood Street was packed with people. Rather bold. Self-confidence. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's not very self-confident, is it? I mean, true gentleman, sure, but... Really? Doubts? Huh, I guess. He's easy to influence, sure. He did get Nightmare. To the beach where he strangled her seducer. I mean, Megan likes him. He's also... Women seem to like him in general, so sure. Trains. I mean, he sleeps on trains, so sure. Cold. I mean, this isn't very cold. This is a bit more cold, but more quick-tempered. Generous. Yeah, he's a generous guy. Definitely a generous guy. Oh, Blobber used another hint.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald may share many character traits with the murderer, but he does not have his cold indifference. He has a temper. It is hard to imagine him planning anything. Also, jealousy is his motive, and crimes of passion are rarely planned.
Right, I suppose it's my turn to be subjected to the same scrutiny.
Absolument, Mr. Clark.
Indeed.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Okay, clever. Yeah. He's indeed clever. Self-confident. Sure of himself, yeah. A seducer. There we go. Definitely the seducer. Likes trains. Railway Children. Because for some reason, liking to read a book called The Railway Children means he likes trains. I said that's a bit of a reach, but still. There we go. He's very cold. And he is indeed generous. But yeah, if the only thing that ties him into liking train is the fact that he read the train book.
There is a disturbing similarity between Mr. Clark's profile and that of the killer. In actual fact, it is exactly the same.
Mr. Poirot, your psychological studies are interesting, but your conclusions do not add up. Why would I have wished my brother's death? The inheritance is lawfully mine. I just have to wait.
No, you had to act quickly. Because of Miss Grey. Mademoiselle, although you haven't been telling the truth, there is no doubt in my mind that you would have found a way to marry Sir Carmichael after Lady Clark's death. For you, Mr. Clark, it was a disaster.
It has.
If Miss Grey had children by your brother, you would not have inherited a thing. You realized the danger after reading several letters from Comside, especially one in which your brother opened his heart to you. So you hurried home from China, and you took action. In truth, Cust was no more than a puppet manipulated by the real culprit. You, Mr. Clark.
Such an imagination, Mr. Poirot. In fact, nobody manipulated Cust. The famous instructions he received by post. He wrote them on the typewriter. We know that for sure.
Oh no. You know perfectly well. That is not true. Eh bien voilà. Light has now been shed on the ABC murders.
Your theories are ingenious, but you haven't any proof.
One point to him. For the moment, I have no material proof. Either I admit to it, or I bluff. One thing proves it. The prints you left on Cust's typewriter.
Enough.
Oh, of course you wiped the typewriter before sending it. But not carefully enough. Scotland Yard has found your print along with those of Cust.
I understand why you never wanted to lend me your new typewriter. And why you were searching through your brother's things. And the hole you dug on the moors. What did you hide there? The knife you used to kill your brother?
Game, set, match. You win, Mr. Poirot. But it was worth trying.
Guess we didn't need the bullets. Oh, no.
Don't come near me!
Oh dear, someone's gonna die.
I'll never let you take me, Mr. Poirot.
Oh, we should have done blanks. Oh, we should have done blanks.
Took the law into his own hands.
He had no right. He should have paid for his crimes. I should have expected what he did.
Come on, Poirot. Everybody makes mistakes.
Exactly. Hastings, if one day I sound pretentious, please whisper these 3 letters in my ear. ABC. They shall remind me that we all have our limits, even me.
Disappointed at having missed the chance to become Lady Clark, Thora Grey left England. Donald Fraser and Meghan Barnard
Kinda the bad
married.
ending.
On Poirot's recommendation, Mary Drower started to work for Lady Clark. The elderly lady's condition suddenly took a turn for the better. And a few months later, to Dr. Logan's great surprise, she was back on her feet again. According to this eminent physician, it appears to be an extremely rare case of spontaneous remission. Lady Clark has enjoyed very good health ever since.
Let's see. It's not over until the credits roll.
Journal of an Innocent. The incredible story of ABC. As for A.B. Cust, after being advised by Poirot, he made a great deal of money by selling his story to the press. And as for me, and with business booming, the Black Swan has become the #1 tourist attraction in the whole of Yorkshire. Even more popular than York Minster.
Ooh, more than York Minster, you say? And there we go. We have credits. And we're done. We're done. And upon that, there is really only one thing to do, isn't there? Let's see. Let's go and have a little raid, shall we?
All right, credits. Ms. Morgan, are you about? Are you around and about? You are? Excellent. Let's end this and hit up chat. Shush music. This. Go back to group chat. We can talk about what we liked and didn't like about the game, and I can congratulate you. Well done. Live show. Hit it up. Well done. Very well done. Apparently you didn't just beat my time, but you beat my time without any hints.
Did indeed.
Oh, I'm totally destroyed. For shame.
So let's see. If we add your 3
timer
hints into there...
Oh. I clicked end instead of... Someone's going to have to go back several seconds. But it was... Where are we up now? I can't even tell stream them. Yeah, someone's going to have to go back and clip 3 seconds ago. But we were at a fair time. No shame in losing to the seasoned giraffe detective. Yeah, she was certainly more practiced in investigation point and clicks recently than me. There's no arguing that. There's no arguing that.
So apparently 6 hours and 49 minutes.
Okay, let's say 6:50 and then plus another half.
Plus then the 3.
Yup. And you were
6:05.
7.5, so an hour and a half.
About yeah.
That's like a third. Yeah, that's like a third of the time. Very, very well done.
That's I mean, I finished about an hour and 20 minutes before you, so.
But a third is a big percent. That's not just like winning by 5% or 10%. Like, you don't need to be humble. You have wiped the floor with me here, and very well done. I had a great time. I'm very happy I did this. I was worried. So the backstory here is that Ms. Morgan said she was going to play the game, and it's a game I wanted to play, and I didn't want to, like, I both wanted to see her play it, but I also didn't want to get it spoilt so I couldn't play it. And so I sort of, you know, how about we have a race so that way I can have the best of both worlds and have some extra fun. How did you like it? I liked the like, for all that I was giving the combinatorics thing some shit at the end there were some bad ones, but compared to older games, like older detective games, I think that's a pretty neat way of doing like an investigative, being a detective.
I really liked it. I think the recreation of the murders was pretty much one of my favorite things, where you had to select.
Yeah.
What they did, the murder did
Walk
next.
past the first beach house thing, go to the next one. Like, this is you've here's what you think how the murder happened, and you get to test whether that's right or not in the recreation.
Yeah. So I really liked that bit, and I did like the reasoning bits. There were 1 or 2 questions where I just went, no, that doesn't prove a thing.
There was some moon logic, yeah.
I think
Well,
one of the ones that I felt...
It felt like it's more that they like... It feels to me like it was more that they just didn't worded the questions right.
Well, not necessarily, because the one I have the most problem with is the man who's actually guilty. And the fact that you say, yes, this man likes train, because he once read a book about the railway children.
Yeah. And he's like 80 years old, looking at him. So like, 80 years ago, he read a book about trains. He must love trains.
It's just not this. I wouldn't hold that up in court, okay?
It would not. It would not.
Yes, Your Honor, this man has a book of trains.
From his childhood.
Uh-huh.
Like, I think it had lovely voice acting. I had a couple of times where the lines stopped getting said. So for our Watson, for Hastings, there were a couple of times where his voice lines just like disappeared. Mm-hmm. Like he had subtitles but no voicing. But otherwise, I quite enjoyed the voice acting, and I enjoyed the characters. I liked being egotistical Poirot. I don't know. Have you read the novels? Are you much of an Agatha Christie fan?
I have read most of her novels, and I have watched every single Hercule Poirot movie. I own the complete DVD set.
There we go. I get some. Okay, I'm not an expert in the field. There we go. I can feel a little bit better. Whereas I think I've watched like one episode of Hercule Poirot that was on TV when I was like 16 or something, because mum had them on occasionally, and that's it. There we go. Oh, I can feel better. I don't have to feel so bad about myself suddenly.
No. Agatha Christie and, well, all of her works, but mostly Poirot as well, is like staple Norwegian Easter. Like, there's not a single Easter that the TV isn't just full of Poirot or Agatha Christie in general. I think this year, even though it's not direct, I think there is like 5 or 6 Agatha Christie filmatizations that's just dropped on Norwegian TV on Easter.
Okay.
We do.
Yeah, you guys love them. That's great. I mean, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So, we will add your name to my list of dictators. Feel no rush. That was on the line. To the winner goes not only the eternal bragging rights, which is very important.
Indeed.
But one X.
I already know one, but I'm just gonna have to check with you if it's an okay thing. So.
Oh, I can't imagine you'd submit something terrible. This is when she says it's a Dino Crisis 3.
It's debatable. It's debatable bad. I wanted to run the game myself, but I held back because of a detail I discovered.
Ooh.
So now I can potentially make you suffer through the bits that I feared.
Is it math puzzles?
No. It's an FMV.
Ah, I love FMV. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see it on the channel. Thank you so much for being part of this. You didn't have to, so I am very thankful. I had a great time. Maybe we can do something like this again in the future. We'll see. To all the viewers, thank you all. I hope you had a great time watching myself and Ms. Morgan Nightshade. If you watched me and not her, if you weren't making use of the double viewing stuff, absolutely go watch the VOD. I'm sure you'll have a great time watching her as well. Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
You're welcome, and it's been fun. Great fun.
Yeah, I've had good fun even if I've lost, so cheers.